Good morning to all of our FFA students. Welcome here. One thing we can kind of work on as everybody's getting here is to sit close so that we're ready for our photographer. So if we can have all of you kind of as you're seating, sit in this section here. And I know we'll have a few moments of non-social distancing, but it'll be okay. So if we can have you guys that are on this side come to this side too. That will make it easy for Heidi when she gets over here to get your picture taken. I'm trying to be organized about them. Oh, yeah. It's not as big of a deal. But that way it'll make
Nasalgen 3 is a new Nasalgen 3 is a new three-way intranasal BRD vaccine that offers young calves unrivaled protection against devastating respiratory diseases, including IBR, BRSV, and PI3. And it has a unique blue shadow, so there's no second guessing which animals have been vaccinated. To up your protection, choose new Nasalgen 3 PMH, the first and only 5-way intranasal vaccine on the market. Talk to your veterinarian and visit nasalgen.com to learn more.
The top row, come on down. And everybody scoot to the center, please, so we can get a nice photo. So scoot to the center. Everybody settle in. We'll get a picture. And we're going to get you your topic for your day today. Want to introduce and recognize kind of the gentleman that'll be with you all day. He's hiding back here. If George, you want to come on out here? This is George Janning. George is the secretary treasurer for the Cattlemen's Classic Board. George has been on the board all 30 years. He was actually part of the group that was instrumental in putting the Classic together and getting it started. So you're in great hands. He's been in charge of FFA Day since we started it. So he'll be kind of the one directing you. Lance Hayner, that's on the board, will be helping him. So they'll be guiding you through your day. Where'd Heidi go? You up on the block? Where you need him to do, Heidi? Hey guys, we want to get a picture, so can we, Heidi, we need him to stay on this side? What you thinking there, Heidi? Yep. So the Wilcox-Hildreth group, I guess find some spots there at the top and stay to the center, please. The one thing I'm going to ask you boys that have hats on for the picture, you need to remove your hats, please. You're too far over. Stay in the center, guys. Stack in the center. Okay, everybody look up at Heidi here where she's going to get your picture taken. Okay, guys, one more time. Heidi wants to get your picture taken. Wonderful. Okay, here is the question that you have that we would like you to visit with the exhibitors here, maybe people that are sitting in the stands watching the shows, cattle exhibitors that are in back of the barn. What effects has COVID had on your business? What effects has COVID had on your business? Or how has COVID affected your business? So you have until 10:45 to enjoy the show here, visit with people, talk to all the sponsors. Remember, there's several of them on this side of the deal. And at 10:45, you're going to walk over to the extension building for lunch. And there you'll have a couple speakers, and you'll stay over there to give your presentation. So how has COVID affected your business? Enjoy your morning at the show. Have a good time, and thanks for coming. Well, we're ready to get our shows underway here and want to welcome everyone to our 30th anniversary of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. On the north side of the show ring this morning, we have our main Angie show starting. We want to welcome our official judge in the north ring today is Miss Emily Griffiths. She's coming to us from Kendallville, Indiana. Her and her family have the 3G Ranch. On our south side of the ring this morning, we have our Red Angus show, and we're very honored to have assisting us in the south ring today is Mr. Brigham Stewart. Brigham's coming to us from Washington, Kansas. Him and his family have Mid-Continent Farms. It's my pleasure and honor to turn it over to our official MC of all of our shows here today, Miss Susan Littlefield. She's with KRVN.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's so nice to see the temperature above zero, a little bit of snowfall, but we'll take it. And you know it's a good day when you see those beautiful heifers outside thinking they're on a tropical vacation. We're going to have a lot of fun today, and if you are ready to talk your first class, it's all yours, ma'am.
Well, good morning, and it's certainly great to be back in Nebraska. Some of you may know, spent a few years here, and the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic is something that I think is truly one of its kind, and appreciate. I'll just start off by saying today, each and every one of the exhibitors that are going to get these cattle prepared, because I've been there and done that, when the ice is still freezing on your sale bulls or your sale heifers before you can even get them dry. So I know that we're set for a great lineup of cattle brought to you by some wonderful wonderful breeders and consigners throughout the day. And this is just a great way to start with this particular spring-born female. I think just power and performance and spades. That one's truly got a lot of muscle and yet doesn't disappoint you in terms of having a nice kind of look, really a good kind of stoutness in that one's feature. So a nice single entry, and I think hopefully set the pace for what's going to be an exceptional group of cattle here representing some various breeds in your sales show, but a great way to start the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic shows.
Over here in the South Ring, and again, not to reiterate too much what she just said, because I do appreciate these show and sales that they have. And in Kansas, there used to be one, but it's obviously slowed down just a little bit. We actually don't have a show that where we can consign and show these cattle and then sell them later in the day. So I commend these guys. It's always fun moving just a little bit north and seeing the interaction these breeders have with each other, and then the livestock that they bring as well. A really nice single entry that comes in, and you can tell he's probably not as full as he looks like when he's at home, but this bull in his general pieces is really good. He's strong backed and real square when we study that one. His structure and his feet read to be real good. He's a younger bull, a March bull calf, so you don't expect him to be just overwhelmed in terms of pounds at this stage in the game, because he's still growing and becoming a man. But this one's athletic, got an extra look about him that's really nice. And like I said, his body feels maybe not as ideal today, but I'm sure when you study this bull in the pen at home, the amount of muscle and dimension that he has working down his hip and out, or down his top and out of his hips, really nice. So really nice single entry the young man brings us.
And congratulations coming out of that first class on the main side. It was shown Lot 5 by Bar S Cattle Company. And as we head to the other ring in the Red Angus show, Class 1 was Lot 5. First place will be Shriner Red Angus.
Here in the Red Angus Bull Show, another single entry comes out, and there's a lot of good pieces in this bull. A January bull calf that's, and again, he's really advanced in his testicular development. This thing's loaded with body and mass, and the way that he's built in that center portion of his body is ideal at this stage in the game for his maturity. You can tell this bull way up as you study the amount of muscle and mass and base width that he has. Again, one that's athletic. So really nice single entry here that puts together and ties together a lot of good functionality traits for a bull. So really nice single entry.
Congratulations out of Class 2, Lot 4, Brandon Hill.
Well, a really good trio over here in our main bulls, and I think lots of different ways depending on how you see these, and luckily we'll see how they sell, and I think they could fit a lot of different program priorities. bulls that I'm going to elect to start with today, just really appreciate him. I think a great example of actually Trey Wasserberger, as he said, which I think he's maybe judging your pen shows tomorrow, and their outfits kind of a program priority is about being the most of the best. And I think that's where this bull has the advantage amongst his contemporaries out here. Just really fits together extremely well. Love him in terms of how he's built and his shoulder. And I think when he does get out and go, and if I think when you put him on cows and he really settles in, I think that's where he'll really be between a walk and a trot, just from a structure standpoint. Now, no doubt, the big old powerful bull is the one that there is in second. I love him. That one's incredibly big backed, got a tremendous amount of muscle, just a different kind of cattle from that one right ahead of him. But I think you certainly have to give him the nod just in how robust, how bold, how open he is everywhere. And then there's a bull, a little different kind, like his moderation. I think a really sensibly sized one. And I think if you want to kind of correct some frame, he could be a bull that you could buy into. Really genuine, lean, raw, honest in his design. You can see that definition that he has in his muscle, like his moderation. That's maybe just what sorts him a little bit today compared to those two right ahead of him. But I think there's some great future in that one. He's going to be, again, a buy. All of those bulls, I think, work a lot of different places and a lot of different herds. Nice group of springborn mains.
Another single entry over here in the Red Angus show, and again, a little change up in the class order here because of birth dates, but a December of 19, a senior calf, and a bull that does a lot of nice things too. He's moderate in terms of his build, one that's still just in terms of shape, and the way that he's built in terms of roundness and muscle is really, really good as well. You know, he's at that stage in his growth curve right now where he's turning into a man, and you can see the masculinity up through the front end of his skeleton to where, you know, you could probably give him just a shot more squareness from behind. But when you talk about a moderate one that you could turn out on a bunch of cows and get some easy doing type females, this is the kind of bull that'll do that. So really, really nice single entry this gentleman brings to us as well.
And congratulations out of Class 3 in the Red Angus. First will be H&H Cattle. Let's go over to the main show. In Class 2, your first will be Lot 3, Brian Franzen. Second will be Lot number 4, Langren Ranch. And third will be Lot number 2, TRK Cattle.
Well, just a single entry over here in our main ring, but one, a bull that I think just incredibly expressively muscled. That one's really chocked full of a lot of red meat. I like how proportional, I think, and parallel he is in his lines, just as you study him and where his forerib sits in relation to his flank, yet more than good enough in terms of his feature. I think he's masculine where it's appropriate, yet has a good foot and a nice, clean kind of column of bone. So yet again, another really nice single entry here as we continue our main show.
Congratulations out of Class 3, Lot 1, EMS Enterprises. We'll be bringing them back in to make the selection of your champion, main bull.
Well, over here in our main ring, a really nice trio of bulls as we bring back out our 2 class winners and then our respective seconds out of those springborn calves. All incredibly good bulls, and I think really paint a great picture of what we expect in these main cattle, and yet at the same time, some of the variation that we can get, and that's the great thing about hopefully you as the ultimate judges around ringside are watching online, and they'll sort based on the bids later on in the week, but a really good group, and I think could go a lot of different ways. One for me, as we just think about kind of crafting a sale order and start to aligning these bulls kind of based on how I read them or how I see them, one fits together incredibly well just for all those right kind of pieces of being right in his growth curve, looking like he still has a tremendous amount of future, but still reading really right on as we judge him today in terms of those longevity kind of pieces of build, shoulder, joint work, and great testicular size and distension. There's a really nice bull, I think, of equal quality that'll follow up, just different kinds, bit early and bit often, and you can go on and tell hopefully which one's the best one. But these breeders, great lineup of main bulls. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, but round of applause. Great group of cattle here to start our breed shows for the day.
Really a nice pair of bulls here in this particular class, and a pair that probably contrast just a little bit in terms of their type and kind. There's no question the young lady's bull surfaces just because of his mass. I mean, that thing in terms of body shape and the way that he's built from his shoulders back is just right for his age in terms of maturity. Again, one that's super attractive when you actually study his neck shoulder junction and the way that he's built out of his front end of his skeleton. Just a very, very athletic, big, bold, stout bull with the right set of testicles on him and really good set of feet and legs on this older bull. So really, really nice really nice bull to win this particular class. The bullets in second, again, one in terms of look and balance, he does a lot of nice things. You can tell that thing's smooth in his head and up through the front third of his skeleton, and one that's injected with plenty of muscle and dimension and power when you study him in behind his blade and out through his hip. You know, today, and I'm sure these coming from 2 different ranches, you know, one's probably pushed a little further, one's maybe handled just a little more like a turnout bull, and that's what I'd say about this one. He's ready to go breed cows. He's perfect in terms of his condition in that regard. And this young man's brought 2 of them bulls here today that have plenty of look and plenty of balance, and the pieces of their functionality and the pieces that they put together are really, really nice. Today he just gives up some pounds and gives up some body to that one that wins the class, but I do think that's a very useful type of bull here in second as well.
Congratulations as we look at the Red Angus. Class number 4 first goes to lot number 2, Bullis Creek Ranch, and second will be lot number 3, Shriner Red Angus. And again, on the main side, congratulations. Your champion main bull was shown by Brian Franzen, and your reserve champion by EMS Enterprises.
Well, over here in our key ring, as we kind of shift and transition, a really nice pair of spring-born March heifers, and I think they could go a lot of different ways. And in fact, outfits around here are plenty big enough. They could at least use 2 females, and I think you could take both of these home and certainly head you in the right direction in the next generation. Smoke heifer that we're going to elect to use, just as we think about making a sale order, like her consistency, continuity, the way she proportions today, has all the right kind of substance in the right places, great in her forerib, still soft in her midrib, ladylike in her muscle pattern, just a really complete, picturesque, balanced, kind of silhouetted one to win this particular class. Heifer in second, love her softness. Really actually like her head, the way it's shaped. She's a little cleaner right there at her neck, huge foot and a big old column of bone on this one. Just another, I think, really cowy kind of a female, can work for a lot of different things and go a lot of different directions on that one. 2 really nice heifers there to begin our key female show.
And in congratulations goes out in Class 1 to lot number 7, Bar S Cattle Company. That'll be your champion key female. And lot 6 will be your second place and reserve HHS show cattle. We'll move on now to the bulls for the keys.
Again, over here in the Red Angus ring, and not large in terms of numbers and a few single entry classes, but I do think a lot of good in this particular set of bulls. And, the Red Angus breed is a breed our family's probably more recently gotten into. We had raised with the Tronic family the reserve national champion or national junior champion Red Angus female here just a few years ago. So it's a breed that we pay attention to and strive to try to raise the right type of cattle as well. And you can tell that there's some breeders here that are doing exactly the same thing, just in terms of balance and the way that they're built. And I think there's maybe a couple ways you could go in this particular lineup. I think after you get past the bull that I think's maybe the best one. But then after that, there's one that probably follows suit with him. But young lady, that aged bull, that coming 2-year-old is really, really nice. In terms of his skeleton, his balance of pieces, he just checks all the boxes when it comes down to it. And I know he's got some maturity advantages versus some of these younger bulls. But young lady, you got a tremendous bull. He'll be your grand champion Red Angus bull. And I think after that, there's some differences to be had. And everybody, you can study these bulls. Obviously, they're a little different in their maturity at this point because of their age. And you've got a young March bull, a January bull, a December bull, and then like an aged April bull, and a bull that comes second to the champion that does a lot of nice things too as well. I do think there's one that maybe follows that champion a little bit better. Not saying that. So you guys study these bulls because I do think there's some usefulness in each and every one of these bulls, depending on where you want to go in your operation, whether you want to inject a little more look, whether you want to inject a little more easy doing or functionality. But I think there's one that kind of combines those two things here for reserve. The young man out of your second class will be your reserve.
Well, over here in our key ring, as we start our key bulls, I believe we have about 4 of them, but a really nice single entry individual here in this class. I think just really the quintessential in terms of true key genetics and what they're meant to be in terms of terminal prowess and some real muscle. He represents all of those things in spades and does have that substance and that true red meat where it matters. Big back, big centered, big hip, a lot of hind quarter and lower stifle, and yet really appropriate in terms of his youthfulness and his juvenile feature up front, really nice slim neck, and I think a really appropriate kind of column of bone and foot to match all that power that he has up high. Just a really nice way to start this particular breed bull division, and I'm sure we'll have lots of good ones yet to sort through here in our key bulls.
Congratulations to our champion Red Angus bull. Will be the Bullis Creek Ranch Lot 2, Class 3. Your reserve champion is Brandon Hill, Lot 4, Class 2. Over in the Key Show, Class 2, Lot 5 was exhibited first place by KQM Cattle. We've got 3 coming in here for Class 3. Over in the South Ring, as we move along, it's time now for our limousine show. This will be Class 1 entering Class 1.
A really nice May bull calf here that comes into this particular class, and again, one that just in terms of balance and eye appeal and look, there's no doubt that this bull catch your eye. And again, one in terms of his skeletal build, his structure. You ask him to get out and go, he does all the right things. You know, he's a May bull calf, and he's not developing all those man muscles quite yet like you will see in some of these older classes. But for a May bull, this calf is advanced in doing the right things at this stage in the game in terms of his dimension, because that thing's right in terms of his rib and volume. And again, one that's got plenty of look and style in terms of balance with the right amount of muscle in relation to his age. So he's doing everything right at this point for his maturity. And I think a very, very nice single entry in terms of structure and build and the way that this thing gets out and moves.
Congratulations out of Class 1 in the limousine show. This is Lot 9, JLX Limousine, first place. Class 2 will be entering the ring with 2 entries.
Well, over here in our key ring, a really nice trio of bulls here. They're winter-born calves, and I think in terms of the fundamentals, it's hard to pick a hole in any of them. All are great, tight, clean in their sheath, great in their testicular size and distension. So maybe just today, as we judge them, a few minor things that sort them. I think the really combination bull is the one that I'm going to go ahead and start with today. Just combines lots of good pieces. I like his flatness where it's appropriate in terms of his shoulder, yet feeds back into more than enough muscle. Again, we talk about how their foot and their column of bone match the kind of body shape and toughness and ruggedness that they have up high. He does all that extremely well. And today, just like that extra shot of length that he has, particularly up front. Bull in second, just so incredibly stout, square made, really good built, goes square to all 4 corners. Again, he's got that big old paw and a lot of bone underneath him. Really big backed. Again, one of those that you can see all that muscle definition in. A little bit more moderate. I like that about him. I think that there's a lot of practicality in that. Just different kind of cattle compared to that little longer one right ahead of him. And then finally, bull that's going to close, I think one that's extremely important to get in on that one and study him. He's got lots of great characteristics. Some may say that he's a little plain in the set to his hock. I don't see that at all. I think that extra set allows him to drive and reach and be functional. That's a really great set of good structured bulls. He just unfortunately has to end the class today, but that one's still going to have a lot of seasons of service, cover a lot of cows, and do, I'm sure, tremendous good for a program. Nice group of key bulls.
Congratulations out of our Class 3. First was shown. This is Lot 3, KQM Cattle. Second will go to Lot 2, KQM Cattle. And third is Lot 1, Madeline Sonfeld. We'll be making the selection of your champion key bull.
Well, over here in the key ring, a tremendously good lineup of cattle, and always have a great appreciation for key cattle, particularly key bulls. You know, interesting juxtaposition as we have the limousine showing there across the way and the keys over here. Some may say that those don't go together. We had a lot of success in our program injecting just a little bit of key influence because it's just something different, and a little bit of key is an extremely powerful thing. And, you know, some may laugh and joke and say, well, there's not much key left in them, and that's by design. That's purposeful and principled because just a little bit of that does all of those things that these cattle out here are representing in spades, and that's true genuine muscle, mass, substance, and doing it with a shot of extra look and presence, but not sacrificing power. And these are a great lineup of cattle. One in particular, for me, I think just combines lots of good things from a structure and look standpoint, yet still I think has tremendous longevity, going to have some staying power. And regardless, if you're keeping replacements or doing some terminal things or maybe have a little bit more of a niche in terms of developing some show prospects, any of these cattle can do a great job with that. Good quality all the way through. I'll let you place your bids later on, and you guys can determine which one is the best key bull. I'll go out and show you which two I like today, but round of applause. Great group of key cattle in both our heifer and our bull shows.
This is probably the toughest class or the toughest division that division that I've had to necessarily sort here today, because I think both these bulls are extremely useful. And again, as you study both of them from the outside, I think in terms of rib design and functionality and structure and build and the way that these bulls get out and move, they're useful, and they do a lot of the right things as a pair. I think in terms of body shape, in terms of squareness of lines, and the way that they're built. The bull that's going to win this class, to me, is just a little denser as we study him. He's a little denser in his bone work and his foot size, maybe just a little more advanced, ever so slight, in his testicular development, even though both these bulls are advancing extremely well in relation to their age. But again, a bull that you three-quarter up, maybe he's just a little bit rounder in his rib design as you study his three-quarter angles from either direction. But like I said, both these bulls in terms of body and functionality and build are rather quite similar. The bull that ends up being second, he's actually a little typier in terms of areas. He's a little squarer as we study him right in behind his shoulder. He's a little squarer out through that hip as we analyze this bull as well. You know, maybe he's got just a little bit of dewlap right underneath his jaw, and that just reads that bull's going to be easy doing and efficient when you study him. And again, I think a bull that just got in a particular class with one that's maybe just a nickel stouter, maybe just a little difference in the way that he's handling the show today, because that's a pair, and it's a really close pair in my mind. So sort those how you like it, because I think it's close.
And congratulations in the limousine show, class number 2. First is lot 7, Crazy Woman Creek. Second is lot number 8, Royal Beef Genetics. We are starting the AOB show on the north side. This is class 1.
Well, over here as we progress through our breed shows, a really nice AOB female springborn to start off this particular breed division. And I think one that she initially hits you really hard. I think you can paint her any color, and you have to identify the fact.
We need your AOB bred heifer, Benish cattle, your AOB bred heifer to the North Show Ring.
I think you can paint this one any color, and you have to appreciate her. That smoky makes her an extra little show and an extra little style there, but one that in terms of the fundamentals does so many good things right. Build her from the ground up, great in the cushion and flex to her bone and her joint and her angles. Really nicely made in her shoulder, yet progressively widens in the right direction. A heifer that's really nice, fancy, I think has more than enough flair to be competitive now, and going to continue, I think, to be an interesting, productive one as she continues on with her lifespan. But great female now. I think a great show prospect, and more importantly, going to be an even better brood cow and a nice way to start this AOB division.
And congratulations, this will be Class 1, Lot 4, Jonathan Miller in the AOBs. We continue with the limousine show as well on the south side.
Again, really a nice pair of bulls here in this particular class, and a pair that's a little more contrasting in terms of their type and kind. The bull that I'm going to lead out with, and again, in terms of balance and look and squareness, I think he maybe holds that advantage just in the way that he's designed out through that hip. And again, that's a bull that's really good in terms of his body depth, really balanced in terms of his just from nose to hip, his progressions of width and the balance in that respect. That bull's one that you get off from the side, you think, man, that's a really good looking one. And then you get him behind him, he's actually got some depth to his twist and ties in with the right type of muscle shape as well. So that's a really nice bull to win this class as well. The bull in second, again, one that's denser in his foot and bone size. He's a bull that's probably just more rugged in his general build. You can see him. He's stouter skulled. He's stouter jawed. That's a bull with a lot of muscle and a lot of dimension down his top. You know, he don't balance up as nice in his hip, but that's a bull that looks like you could turn out. His usefulness and functionality, how he drives off that hind leg is good. And he's the bull that's got a little denser just muscle shape and just genuine cutability look about him, but still a bull that's doing well in terms of growth and masculinity. Today, he just gives up just a little bit of those intangibles, but that's still a dang good bull just in terms of his balance of muscle and dimension and bone size and still having a nice look to him.
Well, over here in our AOB ring, a really nice short yearling female, a May. I think just incredibly good everywhere you study her. Really appreciate this one. Young man tells me she's a Charolais composite, and I think you can read that and appreciate that continental advantage that I see in her just from a power, performance, durability, ruggedness, toughness, and I mean that as a compliment just in terms of how she's built from her stoutness ahead. Incredibly good in her structure as you study her underneath. She proportions really well with a good set of body lines. I think as she continues to belly down and get further along in gestation, you'll like that one even more. But I think just as we judge her today, you have to still like that one an awful lot. Just a really good single entry representative here as we continue on with our AOB show.
Congratulations to class number 2, lot 3, Benish Cattle Company, bringing in the two ladies for the champion and reserve champion, AOB.
I think a really nice single entry here, too. A summer-born, coming 2-year-old that does a lot of nice things. I think his extra body length and length of hip is really, really good. One that he's ready to turn out. You can see the muscle shape in his hip and in that functionality and the way that he uses that when he gets out and goes is really, really ideal. And again, one that, maybe don't have that extra bloom to his lower body as some of the calves we've seen. But if that's a bull that's ready to turn out, you can tell he's probably even maybe worked a few cows here in the last year as well. Who knows? But that's a bull with a lot of dimension, a lot of power, a lot of functionality, and Dankshire doing the right things in relation to his age.
Well, a really outstanding pair of AOB females that we have the opportunity to sort, and unfortunately have to go ahead and rank them, but I think that they've got a tremendous amount of good, and that I think is still what is so incredibly important as we think about live display and live sales of cattle. Sometimes we are in this click to bid era, and you can get laser focused on, you just want to look at of cattle of one particular age from one particular program of one particular breed, and this offers you such a wide variety, not only of kinds of cattle, but from reputation programs, and also at different stages in terms of their production timeline, and especially as we get some kind of Charolais influence ones out here, always reminds me, we always took cattle to consignment sales, and I can remember having Gelfies at the Iowa Beef Expo. I think that's going on right now too, but as I was wandering around the barns, found this Charolais heifer, and I just had to have her. Went and watched her show, and I didn't care how she did in the sales show. In fact, I would have rather have her be about halfway down the sale order. And my dad and mom asked me, well, what are you going to do with the Charolais? And I said, make money. Wouldn't have had the opportunity to see that female, to buy that female, if we didn't bring different cattle from different breeds together. Everything she ever had won a banner. The cow business would be easy if you could just go to an expo and find one like that. But this is a great pair of females, and I think that's what it comes down to, just in terms of what you're looking for, how soon you want your returns, or what's important for you. We have a really fancy one that I think has a tremendous amount of future that you could have quite a bit of fun with. And we have a little older heifer, obviously, a little bit maybe farther along in calf, big, powerful. You can place your bids however you want. We're just here to determine a sale order today, and maybe it's just the simplicity of kind of where they're at in terms of their maturity, but both are incredibly good, high-quality cattle, and I think, in fact, you could just take them both home, and they'd be a great addition to a program no matter what you were doing. Today, though, we'll go with the older heifer and then that younger heifer for reserve. Let's give these AOB females exhibitors a round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion AOB female will come out of Class 2, Lot 3, Benish Cattle Company. Reserve champion AOB female will be Class 1, Lot 4, Jonathan Miller. We are moving on to bring in the bulls. There's only one bull. This will be Class 3 of the AOB show.
Well, over here in our AOB ring, just one entry and probably a little easier time than Brigham's having over there. I can't really get this wrong, but just a really nice, truly good composite bull, and mean that as a compliment because you can see all those good, really productive traits in him. Really practical in the way that he's put together, great in the center body, still has good muscle. To me, reads really long-term, just even from that extra looseness, a height up front, I think he's going to be one of those really efficient bottom-line ones. Not only going to be easy to maintain, see some seasons of service and be really productive next generation. So just a nice, solid single entry to represent your AOB Bull division. He'll be your automatic champion, I think deservingly so, and let's send him out of the ring with a round of applause.
Congratulations. Coming out of Class 3, Lot 2, Tuttle Cattle Company will be your first place bull and champion AOB bull. We're getting ready to move along here in the North Ring. We're going to be bringing in the Simmentals. This will be a large show, so sit back, enjoy, and make your selections before the sale comes up either tomorrow or on Friday.
Want to remind everybody as you're watching, the Simmental Female Show is starting here, and this applies to any heifers that are sold at the Classic. Attention to the grandpas and dads and all the little kids. Make sure you're looking at these heifers. Remember the tremendous scholarship opportunities the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic has. You don't have to be in high school. That program is open to 8 to 21-year-olds. Be a part of our scholarship program, fill out a record book, have the opportunity to network with industry leaders, go on some neat tours. Plus, a bonus on the Simmental deal, the Simmental Junior National is in Grand Island this summer. So remember lots of opportunities with these heifers as you're watching here today and the reward opportunities.
Just slide right in front of him, okay? I think this pair is extremely close, and I really honestly think we could evaluate these two all day, and there's no two people that would have the same consensus on these bulls, because I think if you would mold both of those together, to me, you'd have exactly the ideal one in this particular breed. I went ahead and asked their percentages. They're pretty much the same when you study them. To me, the Red Bull, I'm going to go ahead and use. And again, I really like his size, his moderation of build. When you ask him to go, his athleticness and his reach off of them rear two is really, really nice as well. Again, he uses his hip and kind of his jump muscle a little more on the go, which probably allows him to get out and reach just a little bit better too. But then when you study this one's head shape and the way that he's built in his neck-shoulder junction and his progressions, he's not as full today in terms of his body type, but when you get him out in motion, that bull picks it together, holds his top line in him really, really well. I think this is a bull that's maybe just has just a shot more my kind in terms of moderation of build. I think a set of females out of this bull in terms of easy doing, attractive, but yet athletic built ones would be in the future for this bull, a really, really nice one. And it's close in second, because when this bull gets on the standstill, there's not much you would change about him. Again, he's so balanced in his top line. He's so square in his hip in relation to the one that wins the class. And again, so good and true in terms of body depth and uniformity of body depth. He's got a little bit more size and a little bit more length of body. And he's being a little lazy on the halter today and not just showing off. But when that thing's on the standstill and she gets him set up like that, it makes the pair extremely, extremely close. I do think that's a pair if you could put the red's front end on this one with this one's midsection and body and just a shot more of that shape and expression of the red on the rear third of this bull, and you blend these two together, you would have your ideal. To me, that's two different kinds, contrasting type of bulls, both extremely, extremely high quality, both have some usefulness and have some differences. And this bull that comes in second is one I think you could definitely raise some show females and some extra good-looking, good body-shaped females as well. So really, really nice pair of bulls there. And like I said, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch the pair. I chose the one that was maybe just a little more my speed in terms of size. But really, really good lineup of Lemmy bulls getting ready to come in the ring.
Well, over here, as we switch gears and start into our Simmental show, I believe we'll start with our foundation Simmental heifers, and just absolutely a great way to begin what I'm sure and know will be an exemplary set of Simmental females. Just a really good August heifer that's going to go ahead and lead out. It doesn't matter what place or at what level you put this one. She's just got a tremendous amount of good. So many interesting, unique pieces about this one. Just an August female, so her best days are still ahead of her, yet still has a really good bloom and balance and presentation today that I think she'll certainly have a lot of friends come sale day. And yet long term, again, there's a lot of different ways you can go with that one. Obviously, she's got the fancy and the flair to make her a show heifer. And it's still at that age, I wouldn't be concerned. Gives you a little bit of an advantage in terms of a different division. You could probably roll her up and move her into a May-June calving situation if you wanted to short breed her. Or obviously, she'd fit nicely with a fall program as well. Just a really solid bulletproof kind of a female to start our foundation Simmental show.
We'll jump over to the limousine show here, Class 5. First, we'll go to Bullis Creek Ranch. That's lot number 1. And then lot 3, Torgerson Farms, is second. Making the selection now will be your champion limousine and reserve champion limousine bulls. In the North Ring, as we continue with the Simmental Foundation female show, first out of Class 1 will be Lot 52, Fletcher Livestock. We now have Class 2 in the ring. We'd like to thank some of our cornerstone sponsors as we celebrate 30 years here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. Aurora Cooperative, Platte Valley Auto in Lexington and Kearney, Heartland in Lexington, Brevant Seeds, Pony Express Chevrolet, Pony Express Ford, Biozyme, Vita Charge, Vita Firm, Vitalize, and Corteva, and of course, Purina.
Well, here as we continue through our foundation show, a really nice pair of springborn heifers. I think drastically different in terms of the type and kind they represent. Love the ladylike, really feminine, long feature of the heifer that's going to lead out. That one's really up-headed, like where her head, neck, and shoulder sits. I can buy that she's kind of that curve-bending one on paper because she reads that phenotypically in terms of a flat kind of calving ease make and then feeds back into that big old body. Really great in terms of her structural build as well. star-headed one in second. I think a great kind of an option in terms of a really moderate, sensibly sized one. You can tell that she's going to be one of those efficient, really easy doing ones, really big topped, huge in her hip. Love her foot and her column of bone. She probably has that advantage in terms of just being a little heavier duty, a little rugged, more rugged in the way that she's made. I think that would be a great one, especially if you have a top British side in terms of adding some extra look, because that one's got all those fundamental meat and potato kind of basics. That's a really nice pair there of contrasting yet really high quality foundation Simmental heifers.
Here are your results out of Class 2 of the Simmental Foundation Female Show. Class 2 first place is 47X, Mike Tyne, and Class 2 second place will be lot number 41, J-Bar T Cattle.
I think a really, really nice lineup of bulls, both some firsts and seconds in each one of these classes. They're really, really nice. And I think there's, 5 bulls here in contention for your champion bull, and they all offer different things. And they're not exactly even close to the same type of bull when you study them in terms of their build. They've all got some pieces that I like the best out of the other 5. That calf that wins the first class, again, one in terms of look and balance. We talked to that one in class. He was a single entry, but one that just in terms of his look and his skeletal build was really, really nice. And you ask him to go, he gets out and reaches and covers his stride. That's a May bull calf. So at this point, from a maturity standpoint, there's some older, some aged bulls that maybe have just a shot more dimension to them, that may have as much to do with just maturity of muscle at this point. And so, ever so slightly, I think his muscle shape and the way he's built and his base width is good. But in relation to some of these older bulls, he doesn't read to be a stout, even though I think in a few months from now, your mind would probably project that bull to be stout and stout enough when you build him. But I do like that one out the ground is probably as good as any of them, just in terms of his reach and his ability to go. The bull that wins the second class, again, we talked to him. That was a close pair in that class. And this bull's really dense. He's dense in his muscle. He's dense in his dimension. Again, one that just in terms of power and base width, and he checks all those boxes. And again, very functional in terms of the way he's built in his hip and the way he reaches out off of that rear end. And still a bull with some balance and some eye appeal and some ruggedness, a build as you study his head shape and you study him right in behind his shoulders. Ever so slightly, you could try to modify him just a little bit in his shoulder, but again, that's a power bull. That's a dimensional bull. So I still think that thing blends good into his forearm and does a lot of the right things. And again, from a functionality standpoint, that bull's plenty athletic when we ask him to go, especially when you read him off of his rear third of his skeleton. The bull that wins the third class, and again, he's I don't want to call him the combination bull of the first pair, but he does put some pieces that both them first two classes winners do together, just in terms of a bull that's got some dimension and has some power and some base width. A bull that still, when you get him on the stand, still's got an extra amount of look and balance and squareness as we study that one too. And again, really like the way his shoulder blends into his forearm and the way he's built there from knee to ground. And you can tell that being at the show here, this bull's done extremely well in terms of body fill and the way that the way that they've got him presented as well. Maybe not quite as rugged or as dense boned as the two in front of him, but it fits his body type, and he's high quality in terms of his muscle. So again, that's a bull that offers a lot of good to this breed as well. A single entry came out of the next class, a growthier bull, a higher percentage one is what the man told me. And again, one in terms of power and muscle and just sheer cut ability. This bull does it. Again, you ask him to get out and go. He's functional and he's loose in terms of his build. He's not as bloomy in his lower body shape, in the wastier part of that, or the lower third of that bull's body shape at this point, but it's probably more to do with his age. That bull's right in terms of his condition. He's athletic in his build, and he'll offer some pounds and some growth. And then that was a close pair there at the last class we did of the day, and I still wouldn't argue anybody if they wanted to switch that pair. Again, a very useful, athletic, easy moving bull that's got some look and some stoutness as we study the front third of his skeleton. He's got some dimension when we get him behind him. He maybe don't want to hold his hip quite as square as some of them bulls, but again, he's functional in terms of the way that he's built there. That bull could get out and reach and handle a lot of ground, and he's a ready-to-go turnout bull as well. So with that being said, these seconds are tough. And I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of got some mixed emotions on which direction I'd like to go and probably when I pick these champion reserves, because I think there's 3 or 4 of these bulls that could easily win this particular breed, just depending on where you prioritize your mind and you prioritize where you want to go. But so with that being said, I'm going to study these probably in the order that maybe if I were a Lemmy breeder or whatever, maybe that's what I would do. But I strongly encourage you guys that are here interested in buying these cattle to study these bulls, because I think every bull that came into this drive, this is probably the toughest or the stoutest. I know we've only had 2 breeds, but depth from bottom to top has been very, very good, and it's been not that easy to go ahead and sort and evaluate these cattle. So let's give these exhibitors and these breeders a round of applause real quick, and I'll go select what I think's my favorite in reserve. But you guys use your own impressions in that regard. And sorry, Emily, for taking some time, but this is a pretty tough lineup of bulls, and there's some differences and some ways you could go here that are definitely tough to sort for one guy to sort for sure.
Well, over here in our Foundation Simmental ring, I think it's okay. We took a little longer there in our bull drive because hopefully people are studying online and around ringside. This is a really nice pair of females. They're just so drastically different, and unfortunately we have to sort them. Heifer for me that wins, just appreciate her in terms of how square that she's built, the way she goes to the ground on all 4 corners. She's got the kind of shoulder that facilitates the kind of power that she has, but yet really true in how she toes ahead up front. That one's really tremendously good hip. She's round and has a lot of roll to her midrib and has really some fancy and some attractiveness in her lines as well. Heifer in second, different kind of rib shape that I like a lot of things about. That one's really sappy middled, really deep and soft, even just down to her hide and the way her midrib sets. I like her and how she gets out and goes out of her spine up high, one that's really dead level on the side. Again, just a different type and kind. Obviously, some different genetic influences there. Wouldn't argue with you either way. Both are pretty exceptional on paper. Good cattle. I'll let you decide. That's just a little bit how I read them today, but that's a nice pair of spring-born Foundation Simmental heifer calves.
Congratulations in the Simmental Foundation Female Show, Class 3. First place will be Lot 39, Rain Simmental. Second is Lot 38, YR Simmentals. Class 4 about to enter the ring. There will be 3 in this class. And if you start to get hungry, we do have 2 concession sites here at the show, Cactus Jack's. They are located in the north of the show ring, and Cunningham's Bar and Grill at the Expo Building front concourse in the East Arena. Congratulations out of the limousine show. Your champion limousine bull comes out of Class 2, Lot 7, Crazy Women Creek. Reserve champion limousine bull is Class 3, Lot 6, Diamond P Limousine. In the South Ring, we're going to continue on. We're going to move on to the Galvay. Do note that after the Galvay show, we will take a 30-minute break before we come back with the Hereford and Charlet. Galvay will be set to come in the ring here momentarily in the North Ring. Excuse me, South Ring.
Well, over here in our Foundation Simmental ring, a really nice trio of heifers, and I think they have some sort. Obviously, there's some variation kind of where they're at in terms of their maturity and frame for January heifer calves. I'm just going to go ahead and use, I think, the one puts the most good together. I appreciate her performance and her size. I think we'll let the bidders and buyers decide where she sits on mature frame, but today I really like how she puts everything together, even on that bigger framework, incredibly long, up-headed when this one settles in, really sound, and as you'd expect, with the skeleton and framework that she has, takes a really long kind of a stride. And yet I see some efficiency and doability yet in that one. Now, I think that certainly this one in second, maybe a little different type and kind. You know, fortunately or unfortunately, I had both the Hogues in my judging experience, and I can still hear Dan say, Emily, this one's a first or third. You can't hedge her. Well, I always told Hogue, when I judge, I can do what I want. And I think this one deserves that because I think someone coming for one of those really practical, middle of the road, and I mean that as a compliment, the kind you can bank on and bottom line have a lot of usability. She's incredible in terms of a set of curve bending kind of EPDs, and although she may not have that extra fit and fancy of that heifer right ahead of her, I don't think she's any less of a cow, and long term, probably her sensible size reads a little bit more right. Different kind of heifer there in third, a little bit more like that one that wins, incredibly long. I think with continued time and care and feed in the right hands, this one could be lethal on down the road because she has that look. Jet level inner lines, really attractive, flat where it matters in terms of having a great kind of pattern and presentation. That'll be an interesting set to study, but I think a great group of Simmental females, you can sort them how they see them or how they fit in your program.
As we're on the Gelve show, has just started here on the south side of the ring. Want to point out it to everybody. Make sure you're studying your catalog. Make sure you're looking in that Gelve section and look at the Gelve Association opportunities. There is a $6,000 jackpot that is sitting there. Any heifer that is purchased at the Classic, show her at the Gelve Junior Nationals, and if you win a division, you're going to win that jackpot. So lots of opportunities again with all of these heifers that are showing at the Classic, but especially take notice here in the Gelve show.
Congratulations. As we look at the Simmental show, your Class 4, first place goes to lot number 33, Prime Genetics. Second goes to lot 36, Sarah Swafford. And third is to lot 35, Rain Simmental. Single entry in Class 5 over on the South Ring as the Gelve show is underway. This is Class 1 in the ring.
I think a really, really nice class of heifers here. And honestly, you can study them, and they're three different types in terms of the way that they're built. And the one that probably just, for me, puts together the most good is this is the one I used to win. And just her balance, her head shape, the amount of muscle and dimension and shape of body that she has when you read her in terms of the swoop of that belly, and yet that upper rib shape's really, really good. Maybe not probably as loose-spined as a couple others out here, but that's being critical on one that's got some dimension, has some power, and to me, the one that balances up and does a lot of the right things, and probably, to me, maybe the combination of the next two heifers. The heifer goes ahead and is in second, and again, that one is incredibly loose in her design, loose in her upper skeleton. Again, one from a female standpoint, she's really easy doing. She's got a really pretty, nice front end on her in terms of head shape and the way that blends into her shoulder. She's not as stout as the heifer that's in first, so to me, that's where I put her second. But she's got a little more length, a little more extension, maybe just a notch more flash in terms of her parts than the heifer that wins the class. So that's a close pair on the top end. The heifer that ends up being third, and again, I could argue in 6 months from now that she's got all the pieces. Today, she's just the green one. She's just too green to get around them two above her. But when you study her build, her angles are set back to her knee, the way that she gets out and handles her top line. She has some power, even though it's maybe not quite as smooth as those two above her. So if you guys are watching, study this one. Her pieces are good. She's moderate. She's expressive. That one could be a heck of a nice project for somebody on down the road because she actually has a little more muscle and a little more look about her hip and in the way that she's built out through her rear third, but maybe just not as far along or as bold in terms of her bloom and where she's at in her maturity compared to those first two. So really nice trio of heifers in that class.
Well, over here in our Foundation Simmental ring, a really nice July heifer I think could stand quite a bit more competitional, and I'll probably have some fans back in the barn, just because she does so many things right. I think really picturesque just in terms of being incredibly fresh, yet you can read her as still having some doability, starting to fill out, really consistent in her proportions, great in her lines, great at the ground in her build, and we talk about it a lot, but her foot and her bone work, they don't have to be overwhelming on these females, but it matches that kind of ladylike framework that she has up high, just a really nice, solid kind of a single entry there in that summer class.
Here are the results coming out of the South Ring Class 1 of the Galvay Show. First will be Lot 16, Barwick Galvay. Second is Lot 18, Barwick Galvay. And third is Lot 17, September Farms. Class 2 is now in the ring for the South Ring. Head over to the North Ring and your Simmental Foundation Female Show, Class 4. First place goes to Lot 33, Prime Genetics. Second is to Lot 36, Sarah Swafford. And third is Lot 35, Rain Simmental. In Class 5, lot number 32 will be your first. That's Breaker Livestock. Now in the ring is class number 6.
Well, over here in our foundation Simmental ring, a really impressive pair of April yearling females, and both due to calve just short of 2. The one in second even a little bit more directly. So a heifer that wins, just overwhelming in a lot of regards. Like that about her. Just a really powerful kind of heifer. I see the Simmental continental influence on her just in terms of being one of those tough, structured, powerful ones. Weight per day of age, obviously at her advantage. She's got that big old foot and column of bone, and yet still really attractive as you study her head and neck. She reads like she's got some flesh and doability, but talk about one really wedging in the right direction, cow-like and ladylike look, an interesting tandem for days on that one. Heifer in second, unfortunately, just has to show with that one right ahead of her. Actually, I think there's a lot of strong characteristics and attributes I might tie into a little quicker on this heifer. She's toned down, sensible in terms of her size. She's going to be a right kind of mature weight, and you can tell she's going to be that kind that's going to take care of herself, see a lot of longevity, have a lot of stability in the herd, and obviously in terms of her production interval, she's doing things right. Really like her in terms of her refined kind of teat size and development. That's still a heifer to look in on. She's going to return you your investment pretty quick. Both a really nice pair of foundation April-born Simmental yearlings.
I think, again, a very challenging March class, and there's a lot of give and take in both these heifers because I think, again, you mold them together, you have exactly your ideal, and they have some ESTs and some big things about them that I like better than the others, but I think, genuinely speaking, both extremely high-quality females. The heifer that's first, and to me, I love her athleticness, her length and looseness of spine and length of hip and the way her tailhead sets in her. And then she just gets out and reaches and grabs for more when you ask her to go in terms of her structure, in terms of her build. Very, very relaxed when we study that one. Again, not the most overwhelming in terms of just lower body sweep, and you can probably blame most or part of that on maybe Phil at the show or the way that she's acting, because she's a little spicier when you get her out on the lead than the heifer that's in second in terms of just how gentle she is. And again, you can obviously see this heifer goes and does the right things once you finally get her set up. And so you could change her ever so slightly there, but again, that's a maturity thing that I think gets better with age on females, and I really like her look and her balance and her looseness of build. The big power heifer's in second, and again, so right just in terms of her rib design and behind her shoulders. That's what they're supposed to be built like in terms of rib shape and spread of rib when you study her, and yet she's still real uniform in her lower body depth as well in relation especially to that class winner. And again, you get in behind her, lots of power. I think there's obviously a weight advantage as we study that pair of them in this heifer in second. And again, to each is their own. You've got one that's a little more moderate and smoother and maybe a little prettier when we study her. And then you've got the big, burly, stout, high-performance one that does a lot of nice things as well. So 2 different types of females, both extremely high quality.
Well, here as we continue on with our Foundation Simmental show, a nice January heifer here. I think one that's just extremely good in her pattern and presence, really elongated, great length up front and out of her hip. She has some size. I think going to be one of those performance kind of a females, next generation, just a really nice single entry, longer aged bred female here to, I believe, conclude our regular classes in our Foundation Simmental show.
Here are the results of your Simmental in Class 6. First was Lot 30, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Second will be Lot 31, Ford Farms. Then out of Class 7, it'll be Lot 26, first place, Rains Simmental. Bringing in all those ladies for the selection of our Champion Foundation Simmental female. Do note, Simmental folks, the National Junior Show will be here in Nebraska, in Grand Island, June 26th through July 2nd. Any of these females that you've seen today can be shown. So, juniors, if you have questions, please see Diane Duran for more information. Again, the National Junior Show is in Grand Island, June 26th through July 2nd. Over now to the South Ring, our Class 2. Lot 14, JC Cattle Company will be first. Lot 15, Steinkruger Farms is second. The selection now is being made for the late junior heifer calf in the Galvay show. And also another quick note, after the Simmental show is wrapped up, there will be a 30-minute break after the Simmental show is completed, and there will be a 30-minute break on the South Ring after the Galvay show.
I don't think the decision here in this division gets any easier because, again, I think 2 females that win their class that are very, very nice and put together a lot of nice things in terms of just their structural build and power, and there's some differences in those 2 heifers, but from a female standpoint, and you study them, I think both have some maternal merit in that regard, and every heifer that's came in this division has that for sure, and obviously there were some seconds and thirds, and a third we sent back to the barn that was maybe just maybe not as far along as some of these out here, but has as much upside and as much potential to grow and do the right things as any of them. So with me, it definitely probably lands between these first 2 class winners into each of their own. But there's one that maybe fits me just a little bit better today, just in terms of her I guess, bloominess and where she's at in terms of dimension and power. Young man out of the first class will be the champion in this division, and the heifer out of the second class will be my reserve.
Congratulations, your late junior heifer calf champion is out of Class 1, Lot 16, Barwick Galvay. Your reserve late junior heifer will come out of Class 2, Lot 14, JC Cattle Company. Bringing in now will be Class 3. There are 3 in this class in the South Ring.
Well, over here in our foundation Simmental ring, just an absolutely incredible lineup of cattle. And some of you may know me probably more so on the other side, but some may not. And for us in our operation, where I'm at in the northeast corner of Indiana, consignment sales and expos were how we cut our teeth, how we paid our dues, how we got notoriety and build a reputation. So a lot of times it frustrates me when people talk about, oh, you know, they're just expo cattle. For us, that was our opportunity to showcase our program. We weren't set up to have a production sale where we're at. It was very much selling them one at a time. And the opportunities that consignment sales allow, not just to showcase good cattle, but to build and to showcase a reputation program and garner repeat buyers is critically important. And these are not just expo or just sale cattle. These foundation Simmentals out here are just good cattle any way you look at them. Breeders that have done the good work, build good cattle from the ground up. I don't get too in the weeds with numbers or EPDs, or as our bull buyers call them, you know, they don't care about them points. But it is, I think, critically important, and all of these females are by and large within the guardrails. And if there's an outlier or two, you have the kind of astute cattleman to make breeding decisions on a higher birth weight bred, maybe that she's going to calve plenty easy for whoever's lucky enough to take her home. But a great lineup of cattle. I think that as good as each and every one of these are, and as deep as you can go, you can load a trailer and be in the Simmental business and be light years ahead of a lot of people that are showing them in our regular confirmation shows. Because I know you have those kind of breeders, those kind of cattle that are doing the good work to make sure everything's managed and mitigated. Particularly the two that are going to represent this division out here. They're great cattle. I think it'll be interesting to see how they both sell. Probably for me, just as we think about making a sale order and kind of determining the cattle that are, you know, going to create that excitement and that spark as we think about how they're going to represent your Simmentals in the Supreme Drive is critically important. There's some variation, but I think you have a great, outstanding group of cattle, a really good duo to represent them, and you can still go incredibly deep within these females and take home cattle that aren't just expo cattle, because these breeders have the kind they want you to come back and buy more and be successful. So I'll go out and show you which two I like best, but a true round of applause for this great group of foundation Simmental heifers.
Congratulations, your champion foundation Simmental female goes to Cisco Brothers, Class 6, Lot 31. Your reserve comes out of the first class, Lot 52, Fletcher Livestock. We're going to move on now to the Simmental High Percentage Female Show. Class 8 will have 3 females.
I think a tremendous class to study, and if nothing else, I think learn from, because this is 3 really, really nice females. And just from a maternal and from a cow building standpoint, this class shows that to the most degree, because, again, there's one of every kind in this class, but all good and all maternal in terms of their build. I think there was probably no question I'd use this heifer that led out the class in this particular class, because I think her build and just the way that she ties together her pieces is really, really intriguing. In this class, she combines, body and body shape and roundness of rib with a little expression of muscle and some extra look as well. And then you ask her to go, and she does that to the best degree as well. So that was a very, very nice heifer to go ahead and start out this class. And it doesn't get any easier after that, because this heifer in second, there's pieces of her that are better than the class winner even. She's denser in her bone. She's bigger in her foot. She's stouter as we analyze that one in terms of just sheer muscle and sheer power and sheer dimension. And yet she has some grow and some length and the right shape to her rib to go ahead and be one of those kinds. So, again, in that top pair, there's one that's a little sweeter and smoother in terms of her build. And there's one that's a little stouter and more rugged in terms of her design. So sort them the way you want to. The heifer in third, again, this is the kind that you probably wish you had 100 cows built like that. Moderate, easy fleshing, really good in terms of her rib and her design. Again, you study that one's structure and no holes. She gets out and moves, and she's so fluid in the way that she gets out and moves in relation to how burly and how big-bodied she is. She's not as enamoring in terms of length as that top pair, probably not as late maturing in terms of her look as them, but still a tremendous, tremendous cow that lands third in that particular class. That would make a fun project for anybody. Again, I think the competition, even though it's a single entry, just keeps getting deeper. And this female ties together a lot of good things as well. And you study this one and checks a lot of the boxes just in terms of completeness and the way that she ties her pieces together. She's functional in terms of her build, her angle, in terms of her structure. When you study her shoulder and you study her hip and hawk design, is very, very functional. And yet again, you put that much mass and that much body in one, but yet still have one that's relatively elegant in terms of her head shape and ties in together a lot of good pieces. So that's a really, really nice single entry in this particular class as well. And definitely one that would handle some competition as well.
So here are your results so far. Class 3, first we'll go to Lot 31, Steinkruger Farms. Lot 12 will be second, Riddle Cattle Company. And Lot 11, Barwick Galvey, will be third out of Class 3. Out of Class 4, first place will go to Lot number 10, Riddle Cattle Company. We have one class left. This is Class 5. Then the selection of your early junior heifer calf champion will take place. And then the overall champion Galvey female after that. North Ring, we have continued into the Simmental High Percentage Female Show.
Well, over here as we switch gears and get into our higher percentage and purebred females, a really good trio. Lots of variation. They represent different kinds of cattle. Really like the young man's, though, that's going to go ahead and lead out. I think just a conversation piece from all angles. That birthmark alone's enough to make her front pasture kind. But then from there on back, she just gets even cooler and even better. Really tremendously big-bodied. Ladylike in her feature in terms of for as big and as bold-centered and as much true muscle as she has, still good in the way that she's built in her shoulder, still right and long enough in her muscle pattern, good as you watch her get out and go. Next two females, a little bit more moderate and manageable on birth weight, do certainly appreciate that as we think about putting them in a production. Heifer in second, just a little bit more size. I think just a little bit more prepared to come to town today, frankly, and it's that very small factor that kind of sorts them, but she certainly has some length, some extension. Could see her injecting some upgrow, incredibly tall-shouldered, like where her head and neck sits there really level and long out of her spine. Heifer in third, so appreciate how toned down and moderate she is in terms of her size. I think that there's a lot of practicality, a lot of basic beef efficiency in that kind of frame and size. A heifer that just may be a little bit plainer than those heifers right ahead of her, but she may actually be the better one to bank on from an EPD profile, and again, just where I think she's going to be in terms of mature size and weight. That's going to be an easy doing kind of cow. Lots of longevity and stayability on her in terms of retaining a female. Great group, though, and a good way to start off our purebred Simmentals.
Here are your results of Class 8. First, we'll go to Lot 48, Cisco Brothers, LZ Farms. Second is Lot 49, Rains Simmental. And third, we'll go to Lot 50, Sarah Swafford. Class 9 should be entering the ring now. There are 4 females in Class 9. South Ring, we continue with Class 5.
Here in the Gelby ring, again, another single entry, and, you know, it is a December senior calf that does a lot of good. Obviously, very, very easy doing. You can study this one. Her moderation, her length of body, length of hip, and squareness of hip when we study that one, and yet so true and good in terms of her rib design. And obviously the kind that gets out and works for a cow because of her moderation and her fleshing ability as we study that one. You know, you could get a little, say that a couple of those that have come in maybe are a shot prettier than her, but they're not as stout or as bold in their rib design, or maybe not quite as dimensional when you study them in terms of spread. So very, very nice single entry here as well in the Gelby show.
Congratulations out of Class 5, Lot 8, Barwick Gelby. We're going to be bringing in those females to make the selection of your early junior heifer calf. And then after that, the selection of your champion Gelby female.
As you're enjoying your day here at the Cattlemen's Classic, do want to point out on the north side of the show ring, we have our new bull display area as well as heifers, and there's pin of 3 groups of breeders over there, and those animals, tomorrow the bulls will show at 10, and those pin heifers will show on Friday. So make sure as you're enjoying the afternoon, look over here on the north side of the show ring and visit with those exhibitors.
Well, over here in our purebred Simmental ring, a really nice group of spring heifer calves, and all the way through, I think that they have an incredible quality star-headed heifer that's going to lead out just like her, an all-encompassing performance, phenotype, pattern standpoint, just really consistent in the way that she balances as you study her forerib in relation to her midrib and her flank, like we've discussed and so appreciate in all these continental cattle. That one's really got a big foot and a big column of bone, and it matches that really rugged, good kind of framework that she has up high. She's even got that little extra skin, and if you know me, that's not a negative. I think she's going to grow into that, be a really easy doing kind of a female, and that just speaks to that in her future. Heifer in second, I think a really interesting one to study just today, a little bit greener, leaner, and smaller version of that heifer right ahead of her. I think with resources, she's got the right kind of parts and pieces to continue to head in a really good direction, and I think what can actually make that close in those two heifers, and she'd be one to look at and bid early and often, I like that extra reach that she has to her rear leg in terms of having some drive and some effective use out of her hock. That's a nice pair of heifers. Just today, it's a weight per day of age that sorts them. Heifer in third, I really like her in terms of a shapeliness standpoint, really big back, tremendously big hip, really square underneath, really stout, powerful. I think if you're sending or retaining some ownership in some fed cattle, or have more of a terminal priority or perspective, she's got the kind of true muscle, and I think that she'll inject next generation. Heifer that closes is one that I really like, her length. I think a really nice profile, especially as you study her down over top. I think really good in her foot and her bone. They don't need to have an overwhelming amount of bone. It just needs to match their upper side of their skeleton, and she does all that really well. Just not as much of her today, but I think with time, that one, again, has all those really right kind of productive pieces that she's going to be one that you can also bid on with confidence. A nice group there of spring-born purebred Simmental heifers.
Again, over here in the Gelby show, the heat obviously just kind of keeps turning up, and I think, obviously in relation to that earlier division here, the late junior heifer calves, this division, you can see the maturity differences and the fact that they're maybe getting closer to cow standpoint. But, the heifer wins that first class, just very, very sweet. She's the pretty one out in the bunch. I think the way she ties her pieces together is very, very unique in relation to the breed as well. And there's no major holes in that one. I think there's some stouter ones. There might be some stouter boned ones out here, but they probably don't balance up quite as neatly as she does here today in the show ring. And very, very nice one that wins that first class. And nothing taken away, but them seconds and thirds were very, very nice as well. I think that heifer that was in seconds, rugged and stout, and probably fits the mold of some of these other heifers that are out here too in contention. And again, we had that third place heifer, a guy I shouldn't forget about because of her maternal build and moderation of size. But that heifer in this second class, again, one that's rugged in her design in terms of just boldness of rib, stoutness, and power. But yet you step back and you just study that one. She's so true and so good in terms of her head shape and her maternal look in that respect. And she ties together those pieces very, very well for one that's that stout and that dimensional when you get in behind her and study the base width that she has. So one, again, that's the power heifer that kind of puts together some pieces of balance and quality with a little extra performance and punch in terms of her skeleton and her dimension. And then the heifer that wins that third class, again, maybe a shot more moderate in relation to her age than the two in front of her. And because of that, she's the efficient one. That's the easy doing one that you'd like to have a whole cow herd of just in terms of flesh and ability and spread of muscle and in dimension. But yet you can study her balance and her structure is functional in her build. She's not as pretty as the heifers on either side of her. But again, you study the top side of her skeleton. You study her head shape and the way that she's built there. It's just the way that she is. She's just a little easier doing type of cow. So with that being said, this division is very, very good. And I think right down to the bottom, and you always expect it at a sale. If people are bringing cattle to sell, they're not going to bring just anything. So this division was pretty tough to sort just in terms of because there's so many nice cattle. And but there's no doubt, I think, in my mind, the heifer that wins this first class will be your champion in this division.
couple over here in our Simmental ring, a really nice heifer calf, and don't mind that maybe taking a minute to wait on the other ring because you can even see our photographer snapping some pictures of this one when this young lady gets her set up on the side. She's a really up-headed, attractive female, yet in terms of those all-important maternal components of that really sappy, big, bold center belly, she has that. I love the softness and the flexibility to her framework. And another interesting thing to note, I think good, is a purebred, a higher, even though all of these are a little higher percentage, but even just that little extra shot of Simmental can add to your breeding versatility. Maybe doesn't make the decisions out here as we go through today, but certainly as buyers and those along ringside know those can be critically important in terms of giving some options to your operation. So lots of good things about this single entry heifer. Be nice to see her back, but another really good purebred Simmental heifer calf.
We'll jump to the south side of the ring. First, congratulations. Your early junior heifer calf champion is Steinkruger Farms, Class 3, Lot 13. The early junior heifer calf reserve champion, Riddle Cattle Company, Class 4, Lot 10. We're bringing in those champion from the late junior heifer along with the reserve, and then the early junior heifer champion and reserve for the selection of your champion Galvay female. And over now to the north ring, Class 9, your results. First place goes to Lot 46, Tuttle Cattle Company. Second is Lot 45, Pawnk Show Cattle. Third is Lot 40, J-Bar T Cattle. And fourth is Lot 42, Pawnk Show Cattle. In Class 10, first went to Lot 34, Prime Genetics. In the ring now will be Class 11 of your high percentage females for the Simmentals.
Here for your champion Galvay female, and I think it's close, and I think it's good when you study these animals because there's some give and take. But the heifer that wins that first division again, and she did it just because she's so true and so genuine in terms of her rib design here at the show. Obviously, in terms of fill and bloom and maturity and muscle at this point, and yet still elegant in terms of her look. She's the one that's moderate in her build, has a look like you don't see very often in this breed in terms of the way she's built up through her front end and her chest floor, but yet so dense and so good in terms of her bone structure and the way that the size of foot and the amount of bone that she sets down at the ground. Very, very nice female that won that first division. Again, that second division was probably, I'd say, more challenging to sort, but to me, this heifer sorted up rather handily. And again, when you just study one in terms of skeletal pieces of balance and just checking a lot of the boxes that a guy needs to, this is the heifer that does that in terms of look and female quality. She does it in terms of body and looseness of skeleton. She does it, and yet still very bloomy and neat and typey in terms of her muscle pattern. No, she's not as big boned as any of the others that came into the ring, but it fits her body type rather handily, and that's also a nice female. We'll talk these reserves real quick, and the one that was reserved in that first division, and I actually made that pair pretty close, and it's because she's so loose in her skeletal design, so long and square in that hip. You can tell she's maybe just coming to the show or coming to the sale not as full or not as bold in terms of her lower body depth. But when you actually study this female and get her out in motion, you love her structure and her build and the way that it all comes together. Give this one some time, and when that belly shape comes in, or that lower body shape comes into the shape she possesses up high, that one's going to be extremely, extremely nice as a big one. And then the heifer that was reserved in that other division, and we talked to her in class and talked to her in division, that one's rugged and stout and very, very, very muscular in her design, but she does it in a female type of way. You know, she's good in her head shape. She's very athletic when you ask her to go. I think her maturity is allowing her to expose some of those things as a cow that make you really, your eyes draw to her because she's dimensional and powerful and has some muscle, but yet she's still really loose and functional in terms of her build. So this was a tremendous breed to sort here, these heifers, and I don't think there was one that went back to the barn that won't make a cow and won't do the right things. But when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of things, there's one that hits me pretty hard. and that's the one I like the best. And then you can go a variety of ways, but I think the one that'll follow her does so rather handily as well. So very, very nice lineup of females, and there's some maturity differences here that change where your eye and where you can see some different things. But this was a very, very deep show and a very, very high quality show to evaluate.
Well, over here in our Simmental ring, a really incredible pair of February bred females, and both of these exhibitors tell me they're due to calve here just the 1st of March. I think even notably so here on the Blaze Face female that's going to win. So obviously right on in terms of their calving interval where they should be. Heifer, though, that wins, I think just a really nice, picturesque kind of representative of everything that we ask, regardless of if we're putting a halter on them or showing them, but just thinking about some of those brood cow basics. This one's really right size, grade and ladylike, graceful in terms of her feature. Everything matches proportionally. She's just so uniform and consistent in all of her substance. And like we discuss a lot, and I think it's incredibly hard, regardless of what level that we're at, but a heifer that's just so good for her freshness, her appropriateness, still looking youthful, yet really filled out and has the right kind of flesh like we'd like to see for a female that's about to go into production. Just a really nice, picturesque kind of purebred Simmental female. Also, at this stage, appears as though she'll sit with a really nice kind of udder as well. Heifer in second is one I really like. I think there's lots of interesting things to study on her on paper. You have to appreciate this one's really curve bending, has a lot of birth to weaning to yearling spread, and you can read that in her because she is really powerful. Obviously, weight per day of age she has in spades, hooks back, pins down. That's an incredibly big hipped, heavy muscled one. Like that up grow. I think she can, once again, do a lot of good. If you're in the business of making some bulls, that one's really going to have an appeal for a purebred or commercial sector alike. That's a nice pair there of February yearlings here due to calves shortly. I think either one of those you can look in on, bid and buy with confidence.
Congratulations in the South ranking, your champion Galvay female exhibited by Steinkruger Farms. That was Class 3, Lot 13. Your reserve champion Galvay female Riddle Cattle Company, Class 4, Lot 10. Over on the North ring in Class 11, first goes to Lot 29, Foreman Goki Cattle Company, and second is to Lot 28, Jonathan Miller. A single entry for Class 12. After that, the selection of your champion high percentage Simmental female. In the South ring now, we have moved over to the bulls for the Galvay show. This is Class 6. And just a reminder to folks, after the Galvay wrap up, there will be a 30-minute break before we come back with the Herefords and Charlet.
Just a single entry January female here as I believe we conclude our regular classes in our high percentage Simmental show, but one that just does everything really well. I think everything that we'd ask of a heifer, particularly at this stage of production. Hopefully she's due to calve here relatively quickly, keep her on a calving interval right on time. But I think in terms of just really having those basic kind of parts and pieces, she does that extremely well. So long, we talk about them again, being optimum in terms terms of having a good kind of classy, graceful feature, and yet still that maternal prowess of the substance that we'd expect. Just a really nice, well-balanced bred female. Once again, a higher percentage even within our purebreds, but at that purebred distinction, even I think just adds to her future marketability and hopefully her value as well. But a really nice bred female here to end our regular conformation classes in our Simmental female show.
Attention in the barns. We do want to remind all of our FFA youth, you should be heading over to the extension building for lunch. Just walk to the southwest across the parking lot. So FFA students, you should start making your way over to the extension building for your lunch.
Here's the results of Class 12 in the North Ring. First, we'll go to Lot 27, Slama Simmentals. We're bringing in the ladies now for the selection of your champion, high percentage Simmental female.
Well, here in your Purebred Simmental show, yet again, to reiterate lots of things that we discussed in the Foundation Simmentals. This is just really an exceptional group of cattle all the way through, and probably should be even more noted and even more commended as this group, just because they are those purebred, those higher percentage heifers. It takes dedication, determination to keep purebred cattle good, and that's yet so critically important because they're literally the foundation of so much that we do, not just as we think about showing cattle in this microcosm of exhibition, but on a bigger stage of the industry. The purebred business is so critically important, and you have breeders represented in each and every one of these cattle, and those that went back to the barn that are doing the good work each and every day to be sure that these cattle are doing everything that they expect them to do to work in their kind of environment, but hopefully also in their customers' environment, because promoting and offering and showcasing good cattle, it's apparent that that's what these people understand all of these consigners out here and those that went back to the barn, because that's how repeat customers are built. That's how a program on a good reputation and what it takes. So great lineup of cattle, lots of different ways that you can go. There's some heifers out here that are those soft, real cowy, loose, flexible ones. There's a really big hipped, truly heavy muscled, raw designed one. There's one that's really stout, big footed, heavy structured, got that extra shot of durability, I think, in terms of bulls or even in a niche program, in terms of making some show steers, has some value. The pair that I'm going to go ahead and use, I think just today, just as we think about putting a halter on them and showing them in terms of being well fit, well fed, well presented, maybe just have that little extra today. But this is an incredibly good lineup of cattle. You guys will, and you know and understand there's so many other things other than just how they're presented to me on this particular day. There's programs, there's performance, there's phenotype, there's EPDs, there's pedigree. There's so much more to it. We're just making a show order today. Hopefully also select you one that will represent this breed in the Supreme Drive, because I think that that's important to have good representatives for your breed as well. So round of applause to each and every one of the Simmental exhibitors. I'll select a champion in reserve.
On the south side, here's your results of Class 6. First will be 1X September Farms. That will also be your Spring Bull Calf Champion. Second is Lot 6.
This is a very, very interesting class, and I think some differences in percentages here. And I don't know if even, putting a bull like that fourth is where he belongs, because I think he's the high percentage bull, but he does a lot of things that are intriguing for a higher percentage one too. So with that being said, 4 really, really nice bulls out here. Probably the one that just checks a few more boxes is the black bull up front. And he's kind of a combination of power and base width and in body shape and depth as we study him. And again, very, very functional when we ask him to go. Ever so slightly, he's pushing a little more chest floor, but it's not fat. It's not anything like that. It just proves that bull's going to be low maintenance and easy doing as we study that one on down the road. But I really like his progressions from the top side of his shoulder all the way out through his hip. He just progressively gets wider and yet very, very athletic at the ground when you ask him to go. And to me, that's the one I like to start with. The red bull that comes in second, again, that's the cutability bull. I mean, a tremendous amount of dimension and product and just sheer shape in this bull. And again, very masculine about his head. He's very good and stable in terms of his bone work and his foot size. He's probably a little squarer from hawk to ground than the bull that wins the class, and he's definitely cleaner up through his chest floor and his front end than that bull. Today, he's maybe not putting together quite as much to him as the bull I used to win the class, but there's a lot of good in that bull there in second, and I really like that bull a good bit. The bull in third, and again on the standstill, one that checks a lot of boxes. He's big-bodied, he's deep, he's easy doing, he's got plenty of dimension and plenty of muscle. So smooth in his transitions, though, too, as we study him in terms of look and his balance from the side. Again, one that maybe just gets in a class of ones that are just a shot more rugged at the ground, or maybe just a little stouter or heavier birth weight type of cattle there on the top end. That one looks like probably a fixer there in terms of smoothness and neatness and trimness. And honestly, the hardest decision for me today is to even put a bull like this in fourth, because I think he has some major class advantages in terms of his structure and his foot design and his angles when you ask him to go. It looks like here at the show today, in relation to the other three, he's not as full. He's not as bold right now as we study him in terms of muscle and body fill. And if that's just part of him being at the show and maybe not blooming up and handling himself as good as he does at home, that's a high percentage bull too, and a high percentage bull with a skeleton and a look like that is very, very hard to pull together. So when you add some percentages and put some other breeds in there, it definitely pushes performance up, and it's probably that puts that bull in fourth more than anything, because his balance and his structure and his skeleton is as good or is the best in this particular class. But very, very tremendous set of bulls.
Well, over here in the Simmental ring, as we start into our bull show, just a really nice single entry. And no, we still have a few more to evaluate, but if you came to buy a Simmental bull, at least, even to start the day, there's a good one being offered. Just does so many of the things right, especially for these bulls at this stage that can sometimes be hard to do. He has some bloom, he has some fill, yet to me reads pretty honest in where he's at in his condition. Not going to have to peel him back, but he's still going to be sappy enough as we think about turning him out on cows here in a couple months, and he's got the kind of structure and substance to hold up and improve on a herd. But just a really nice March bull to start our Simmental bulls.
My apologies for announcing the placings in the South Ring before he had a chance to, but here are your results of Class 6. And again, your spring bull champion will be 1X, September Farms. Your second place and reserve will be Lot 6, J.J. Bowler. Third will go to Lot 5, Barwick Galvey. And fourth is to Lot 7, September Farms. Over quickly on the North Ring, your champion high percentage Simmental female is Foreman Jackie, Class 11, Lot 29. And your reserve champion is Cisco Brothers, Class number 8, Lot 48.
A single entry bull here in the Galvey show, and it's September Farms offering you a September bull prospect too as well. So I think one, again, you study, moderate in his build, very good and attractive in terms of his lines and how square he is and how square built he is in terms of muscle and dimension. Again, functional in terms of his build and kind too. So that's just a useful, complete type of bull that's ready to turn out in relation to that earlier division, but still one that I study in terms of his foot shape and size and the way that he gets out and goes. That's a very, very useful, stout, high-quality bull for his age group.
And congratulations, your Class 10 will be lot number 2, September Farms, also the senior bull calf champion. We're going to bring those bulls in, just like your champion and reserve champion at Galvey Bull. Over in the North Ring, congratulations out of Class 13, lot 23, Mike Thine. In the ring now will be Class 14.
Here to round out our Galvey show and the bull show for sure. Again, this is a breed that I actually, the first ever Cattlemen's Congress, I actually had got to judge the junior female show there down there. I always, my biggest claim to fame from judging down there, as it was the inaugural year. But a lot of people judged, and I always say that I got to slap the first ever champion at the Cattlemen's Congress, and it was actually this breed that I got to do that in. And it was tough and challenging. There was actually some pretty nice bulls down there that ended up winning that show as well. In the open show, I stuck around and watched that. But when you study these sale cattle and you study that breed, and my grandparents, we raised multiple breeds, and I hate to even admit this, but my grandpa, on obviously not my dad's side, but my mom's side, has used, and the only reason I'm afraid to admit it's because we sell some bulls and sell cattle, and he went and he bought a few Gelbvieh bulls here, I think, a few years ago, and didn't end up buying some Angus bulls from us. So to tell you, the maternal and what they can inject into some programs from a heterosis standpoint is very, very good. And I think for that continental breed, there's a lot of guys that still use them type of bulls because they're so consistent in what they do in the breed and amongst the other breeds as well. So with that being said, I think a tremendous pair of bulls that win each division. I think, obviously the younger bull is very, very loose in his build and very, very neat in terms of just his general skeleton and attractiveness of structure when you get him out and go. And then you get off of him, that bull's got some dimension and some spread to his base width, and yet still got some progression of muscle working out through that hip and lower twist as well. The bull that won that second division, the September bull, again, one that's more ready to turn out today. And there's pieces of that bull that are very, very intriguing. He's bold in his rib design. He's very high cut ability and just good and true in terms of his muscle, and yet still functional in terms of his build as you analyze him. Maybe don't have a couple of the extras in terms of look and pizzazz of the one that wins that first division, but that maturity and testosterone's probably causing a little bit of that. In that particular class in that first division, that's a really nice red bull too. And I think there's 4 really nice bulls in that class, and this bull was as in much contention to win that class as he was to be in anywhere else besides first or second. I think in terms of muscle and sheer dimension and power, he has some advantages. From a cutability standpoint, you study this one, I think he'll inject some pounds and inject some muscle into his progeny, but yet you study his head shape and you study his roundness of rib and his skeleton. That bull's still very, very maternally oriented in that respect as well. So with that being said, tremendous show here in the Gelbvieh deal, and I'll go out here and select your champion in your reserve.
Well, over here in our Simmental ring, a good group of February foundation bulls, and there can be some sort, and it's kind of unfortunate I just have to make the sale order, but certainly the buyers around ringside can make their decisions of what might work for them. Bull here that I'm going to elect to use, I think one that just is hard to deny today, just for his power, just so much punch and extra shape and substance to him. I think on mature cows, he's really a unique kind of a breeding piece, just in terms of how his body shaped, his head, his neck, and even his hip. And then he's got that really huge foot and column of bone. And I like his extra softness too, even as we study him in terms of his hide and his spine and his flexibility. A little bit more middle of the road bull, and as a lot of us know in the beef business, that'll keep you out of the ditches oftentimes, is probably the one here in second. I like him in truthfulness, really juvenile in his feature. I think fresh and really lean, and all those things are what we ask at that yearling stage to really get an honest read of him. I think that there's a world of future on him, and just a little bit maybe more manageable and a little bit more right spread in some of his numbers, but that one also has an interesting look. Again, he may more fit your operation, and I think can be a good one to use and utilize. Bull here in third, definitely a heifer bull on paper, and he reads that way as we get him out here. Love him in terms of the flatness of his shoulder, his head, neck, reads like he'd be an easy calver, and yet doesn't disappoint you in terms of having some true shape from there on back. his foot and his bone have that flatness, and I think all those things read critically important just in terms of maybe using him on a group of heifers. He might be between a walk and a trot in that category. And then the bull that's in fourth is one that, again, we talk about those really genuine, raw, lean design ones. You can see the expression that he has in his muscle.
Nasalgen 3 is a new 3-way intranasal BRD vaccine that offers young calves unrivaled protection against devastating respiratory diseases, including IBR, BRSV, and PI3. And it has a unique blue shadow, so there's no second guessing which animals have been vaccinated. To up your protection, choose new Nasalgen 3 PMH, the first and only 5-way intranasal vaccine on the market. Talk to your veterinarian and visit nasalgen.com to learn more.
Galway Bowl will come out of your Class 6. 1X September Farms, your reserve champion, also will come out of Class 6. J.J. Bueller with lot number 6. We will be back on the south side at noon. We will be coming back with the Herefords at noon on the south side. And here is the results on the north side as we continue with the Simmental Foundation Bull Show, Class 14. First place is lot number 19, Josh Taylor and Alan Forster. Second will be lot 20, Breaker Livestock. Third will be lot 18, Rain Simmental. And fourth is lot 14, YR Simmentals.
Well, here in our last of our regular classes in our Foundation Bull Show, a really nice pair of January half-bloods, and literally and figuratively, it's probably just an ear split worth of difference between these two because they're so incredibly similar out here. And it'd be interesting to know their genetic background. Maybe to me, read a little bit more British influence, but that's a positive thing just in terms of their softness and appropriateness in their feature, well laid in about their shoulder, really good out of their hip. Great as you watch them get out and go. Again, I think just small differences, maybe a little bit more of the bull that wins. I actually like the head and neck shape of the bull in second, but both are incredibly good, usable kind of cattle. In fact, I think you just load them up both and take them home and turn them out on your cows because they're really a match set. So a good pair there of January Foundation bulls.
Congratulations out of Class 15, Lot 11, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. Lot 9 will be second, Cisco Brothers and Jokumsen Cattle. Selection now will be your Champion Foundation Simmental Bull.
We'll hear a really good trio of Foundation Simmental bulls, and we have some respective seconds as well. All are really good, and like we've talked a lot throughout the day, there's some variation, and that's to be expected, particularly at these consignment sales, because you have a lot of different programs offering a lot of different things, and oftentimes, especially for these long-term consigners that have been coming for decades, I'm sure in some instances, they know the kind of customers that they're going to bring, the kind of buyers that may be coming to just buy their cattle. So there's going to be some variation and some sort, and then you add some different genetic influences as well on these percentage cattle that can continue to keep things intriguing and challenging for me as a judge as I think about selecting a sale order, which is ultimately what we're doing. There's 3 really good bulls out here, and they can do a lot of different things. I think each have their own individual strengths. Bulls that wins that first class, that one we like just how honest. What you see is what you get on him. I think his best days are ahead of him. Probably as good as any to study on paper in terms of his birth to growth number spread, but a really good kind of high-class individual. Bull there that just happens to stand in the middle of the lineup, a really powerful springborn, so much muscle, a really different kind of type bull, and that's not a bad thing. I think on the right set of mature cows, he could really do some good, and he's just got a lot of differentiation and variation in the kind of framework that he comes in, but doesn't sacrifice in terms of a basic build and those important components. And then you have the bull that won this third class, just a really soft, nicely patterned, good kind of a framework, solid all the way through, problem-free, like the rest of the bulls in the lineup. All of these cattle and all the breeds that we've had the opportunity to sort, good in terms of their testicular size and distinction. I don't think you have to worry about any of those kind of basic metrics. There's actually, although maybe there's a pair of bulls that might quote-unquote fit together a little bit better, I think that's the challenging thing about being a sale judge, and we all know that, yeah, that's great, you can have the champion bull, but sometimes you don't want to be first in that lineup. I'm still going to pick the bull that I think is the best out here, but maybe just pair up in terms of another quality option, again, just in terms of ability for buyers to have some variation, because I think irregardless of quality, how you go, you can hit a really good bull no matter how deep you go in this lineup. Hopefully each and every one of you saw that. Lots of different things to be offered. I'll go out and select a champion in reserve, but you guys can make your decisions on sale day. Which one's the best Foundation Simmental bull? Today it's this oldest bull here on the end.
Thank you.
And congratulations, your champion Foundation Simmental bull will go to Cisco Brothers, Class 15, Lot 11. Your reserve champion Foundation Simmental bull is Josh Taylor, Alan Forster, Class 14, Lot 19. We're moving on now to the Simmental High Percentage Bull Show. This will be Class 16. There'll be 2 in this class.
Well, here as we start off our purebred show, a really nice pair of bulls, bull that's going to go ahead and win. Just like his extra size and length and scale today, I think a little bit more stretch. You can see that as he gets posed there. Just incredibly long, really fluid and flat in the good ways in terms of how he's made, yet still has more than enough substance. Bull in second, I really like him in terms of a little bit more moderation in his size. He's actually the heifer bull on paper, and I think he's really would fit a niche there as that kind of unique combination of being a little bit lower birth weight and still having some true raw lean kind of muscle design as you study him all the way through. Even though he comes in a little smaller package, he's really stout and square built. I like that slicker haired. I think that's a good thing in terms of big picture actual production, but that's a nice pair of bulls. I think either way you go have a lot of different advantages.
Winning in our Class 16, first place went to Mike Height with Lot 22. Second place went to Plock Show Cattle with Lot 24. Now entering the ring is a single entry in Class 17 coming to you from Brocker Livestock.
Nasalgen 3 is a new three-way intranasal BRD vaccine that offers young calves unrivaled protection against devastating respiratory diseases, including IBR, BRSV, and PI3. And it has a unique blue shadow, so there's no second guessing which animals have been vaccinated. To up your protection, choose new Nasalgen 3 PMH, the first and only 5-way intranasal vaccine on the market. Talk to your veterinarian and visit nasalgen.com to learn more.
Just a single entry purebred bull, one I think that could have withstood quite a bit more competition, and certainly one deserving of a consideration in a bid, just because he is so honest. And I think I see lots of integrity just in the way that he's made. Structurally, he's good in his basic build, good in his lines and his levelness, juvenile, youthful, and appropriate in his head, his neck, and his feature. Really lean design in his design, and I think that's should be certainly appreciated at this stage. Really trimmed too, not just in his hide and his pattern, but even there at his sheath. Just a really complete, attractive profiling February calf there in our purebred bull show. go ahead and lead him on around and we'll talk about him. Well, a nice single entry purebred January bull, one that I just have to appreciate, and I think he reads really true, both from a paper and a phenotype standpoint, as a real carcass-oriented red meat kind of cattle. Really a good spread from his birth to growth, pretty strong there in his carcass numbers as well, and I think you can see those terminal incentives in him, just in that he's really stout all the way through his skull, good in his shoulder, big topped, has a lot of expression of muscle, really square in the way that he's made, and yet doesn't have a lot of bone or extra foot, and actually that's a good thing, because at the end of the day, those are just waste. He has true, real product up high, all the things, once again, that we expect of these continental cattle as we think about taking them to any base. Lots of terminal pros in that one, meat and potatoes, and I think one that a buyer is going to be extremely happy with in the kind of calves that he can feed out of that one. Well, here in our purebred Simmental show, a nice trio of bulls. They're late senior fall calves. A bull that wins, I think, just matter of total standpoint, becomes the one for me to maybe sort up in the sale order compared to his contemporaries, just because today, right combination of bloom, compositionally really correct, yet in terms of those fundamental substance pieces, top, true hind quarter, stifle, and lower quarter, has all that in spades. And I think this one probably going to be most comfortable and most effective, not only from a structure but a disposition standpoint, once he's able to cover cows. Great set of testicles underneath him, certainly one that's ready to go to work. Similar things can be said about the bull that's in second. He patterns up, I think, the most next like the one right ahead of him, just in terms of some raw design. On the stand, I love him in terms of his lines, his straightness, and his levelness and look. Just a little bit more stoutness, a little bit more power. Bull calf that closes there in third. If you want a different kind of senior fall bull calf to turn out on your cows, he is quite a bit softer, more moderate, sensibly sized. Appreciate all those things about him. just a little bit looser in his hide, a different kind of muscle shape and pattern. And as his flexibility and looseness up high would indicate, doesn't disappoint you underneath in terms of having the right kind of angles, reach, athleticism, grabbing some ground. That one's going to be a tremendous buy as well. And I think he'll do just fine once you send him into work. But yet again, another great trio there of Simmental bull calves.
Here's the results of Class 19. First, we'll go to lot number 6, Rain Simmental. Second is to lot 5, and that's Bullard Cattle Company. Third will be lot 7, Bullard Cattle Company. In the ring now, single entry, Class 20.
Just a single entry July bull. I think lots of things to appreciate about him as you get in and study him, particularly at the ground. Love just how rugged and durably he's designed, not just in the size of his foot and bone, but in his effectiveness and how he uses his hock. He's good in his angles, has a good comfort and cushion level, up high, really raw and lean and trim design. I think that that's going to be a great attribute and one that on some mature cows, I think you could use him. A group of fed cattle, they're going to have some great cutability and yield out of him. Just so much true expression and shape, yet doesn't sacrifice in terms of all that honest muscle that he has. From a structure standpoint, a nice July Simmental bull, I think, to look in on and evaluate. Lots of positives about him.
And that's the results of Class 20. It'll be Lot 4, Bullard Cattle Company. Class 21 is our last class. There are 2 in this class. After that, we will make the selection of the champion high percentage Simmental bull.
Well, here to conclude, I believe our regular classes in our Purebred Simmental Bull Show, a really nice class of spring-born junior yearlings, and they could go a lot of different ways, and hopefully the bidders and buyers note that, and I think will gravitate to these bulls for some different reasons. Just as we saw him today, one that wins, just really like him from a fluidity and flexibility standpoint, maybe not as far along in his bloom and composition, which may help him in that regard, just in terms of how he handles his framework, but really like that about him, the softness that he has in his hock and his pasture and his ability to reach and grab some ground. Bull that's in second on the stand, I love him in terms of his hip shape, got that really cool hip and hind leg, and when we get him stopped on the profile, really strikes that intriguing kind of a pose. Lots of look, I think, can be injected from this one. Just a little bit shot more birth, but maybe you read that in just his extra performance, stoutness, power, and punch that he has. That's a really nice pair there of yearling bulls, and I think hopefully, depending on your programs, they could go a lot of different ways because they've got some priorities to look into and certainly bid on and appreciate.
Here's the results of Class 21. First will be Lot 2, Bullard Cattle Company. Second place is Lot 1, Josh Taylor and Alan Farster. We're bringing in for the champion high percentage Simmental Bull. And just a reminder, after this, we'll be taking a 30-minute break to come back with the Shorthorns.
Well, here in your purebred Simmental bull lineup, a really great group of usable bulls, all the way from our calf to our junior yearling down here at the other end. Lots of different advantages, and tried to discuss all the positives that I see in these cattle because there's so many of them. And obviously each and every one of you around ringside are going to make the ultimate decision on how you evaluate or how much value there are in each of these cattle, and understand how critically important this is. And I appreciate the opportunity because this to me is probably as important as anything that a person can evaluate. Like I said, early on we had a lot of cattle that we put in consignment sales, and that was always the thing that made me roll my eyes the most, is when they said, oh, we'll just get this young kid in there. That's a good way. A sale show is a good way to cut their teeth, a good way for them to practice. I'm not so sure, because this is as important as anything, and it's not all about that. Certainly there's differences in these cattle, and it's easy because that's what we're all trained to do, to look at the things that we change. But all of these cattle have so much value, and they're going to fit in a different part of the industry for a different producer. Like I always said, this is really the last outdoor production protein system that we have, is the beef cattle business. A Holstein in Nebraska is the same as one in Florida. A white hog in Ontario is the same as one in Brazil. That's not true of the cow business. So there's an opportunity for each and every one of these cattle that roll through the ring to find their home and find a buyer. And that fourth in that earlier February bull calf class, he may work better than for somebody in their program than the one that we're going to elect to use today. And that's why I'm just making the sale order. I appreciate, though, the gravity and the seriousness of it. But each and every one of these consigners know that you can look in and be confident in what you're selecting, because they're good cattle all the way through. We'll just pick a champion in reserve to go through the motions today, but all the way through this sale order, incredibly good. Round of applause to each and every one of these Simmental bull exhibitors.
Congratulations, your champion high percentage Simmental bull is Mike Height, class 16, lot 22. Your reserve champion is Rain Simmental, class 19, lot 6. And we will be back in this ring. The north ring will be back at 12:30, and the south ring will be back here in about 10 minutes. South ring will be back starting with the Hereford show in about 10 minutes.
Nasalgen 3 is a new 3-way intranasal BRD vaccine that offers young calves unrivaled protection against devastating respiratory diseases, including IBR, BRSV, and PI3. And it has a unique blue shadow, so there's no second guessing which animals have been vaccinated. To up your protection, choose new Nasalgen 3 PMH, the first and only 5-way intranasal vaccine on the market. Talk to your veterinarian and visit nasalgen.com to learn more.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the show ring here on the south side of the show ring. We're going to start our Hereford show. Again, we want to welcome and thank this gentleman for coming up to be our official judge of the South Show Ring today, Mr. Brigham Stewart. He's coming to us from Washington, Kansas. Him and his family have Mid-Continent Farms where they're involved in several breeds. They like working with youth, and again, we thank Brigham for coming up and assisting us with judging our South Show Ring today. It's truly my honor to turn it over to our official MC today. KRVN has been a sponsor of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic all 30 years. So thank you to KRVN and being the official station to reach cattlemen here in Nebraska. We do want to remind everyone in regards to lots of opportunities with the Heifer Classic. Remember, the Nebraska Hereford Association will have their futurity show for any heifers that are purchased here at the Classic, and that show will be held here in Kearney in June. So take and buy one of these heifers, show them this summer in June at the Nebraska Hereford Association show. Participate in the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic Scholarship Program, be a part of an educational tour, fill out a simple record book, and have the opportunity to win thousands of dollars back with your heifer purchases here at the Classic. In this first class of horned Hereford heifers, we have lot 37 from Keller Cattle Company, lot 36 from JC Cattle Company, and lot 35 from Bolte Farms.
here for your champion and reserve horned female. They all come in the same class, and I think 3 really, really nice heifers, and 3 that these exhibitors and breeders should be proud of, because I do think these heifers all fit some facets, and not any one of these are exactly the same. But I think all 3 of them have quality and have some maternal look and have some pieces about them that are very, very intriguing in relation to the breed. The heifer that came into class first, just very, very conventional in her build when you study this one. Moderate, really good in her rib design. You love her hip and hind leg. I love the way she's built up in the front end of her skeleton, just in terms of her knee and where she's put together in that regard. Just very, very, I guess to say the word, very middle of the road everywhere, with some ESTs in terms of rib shape and volume and look. She's not maybe as pretty as a couple of them out here in her neck, but that's an area somebody can manage. When you study her for cow merit and study her on down the road, that's an area that a guy would protect for the show ring. For a cow, you'd really, really enjoy and like that, and doesn't bother me one bit. But a very, very nice one that came into class here first. The heifer that came into second, and she's probably got the most ESTs of any of them. She's pretty eccentric. I mean, that thing gives you an incredible look when you study that one from the side, her extra length of neck and the way that ties into her shoulder. I do like the extra dimension and squareness she presents in terms of her features of bone and mass and density in that regard. And she's probably got as much just sheer dimension and skeletal, bone size. But yet you balance her and study her from the side. She puts together her pieces extremely, extremely well. The heifer that comes into class third, and again, she's probably the lightest of these trio of heifers, but it doesn't take away from her. She's also the most moderate. And again, when you study this one on the move, her structure's really, really good. I love her feet and legs. She's not quite as square when you design her out through her hip at this point as the 2 above her. But when you study this one in motion, she actually squares that up and gets out and moves. And from a cow standpoint, you love her moderation, her shape of body, and the way that she's put together. She's maybe just not as burly as far along as the Aprils are in this class, but that's not to take away from one that's awesome in terms of her skeletal design and foot design. Really, really good in terms of her rib shape, and probably looks as good as any of them when you get them out there on the move. So I think a very, very good trio of heifers here on the top end. And I think it's probably a hard decision, because you're stuck on the fence on 2 or 3 different types of females here. And with this being your champion, you got to think about some multiple things that do kind of surface in my mind. So again, study these cattle, because I think the merit in these 3 is really, really intriguing, and I think there's a lot of ways you could go with these particular females. But there is some differences in them. So all 3 high quality and cow makers, but all 3 have some different pieces that are intriguing and set them apart from the others. So with that being said, I'll study them for here just a second or 2 longer, and then I'll pick your champion in your reserve.
Congratulations in our horned Herefords. Our first place and your champion horned Hereford female is lot number 36, exhibited by J.C. Cattle Company. Your second is lot 37, Keller Cattle Company. And in third, lot 35, Bolte Farms. Again, your champion horned Hereford female is J.C. Cattle Company, and reserve champion Keller Cattle Company. Bringing in now the polled heifers. There will be 6 in this class.
Also want to let you know if you're wanting to get a buyer's number, so you have your buyer's number purchased or got ready for your purchases here at the Classic on Thursday or Friday. Jim Lowe and our sales crew is open there in the front concourse there that you can get a buyer's number. Once you have a buyer's number, it is good the entire time at the Classic. And bull sales will be tomorrow. Tomorrow following the bull sales will be the heifer commercial pin heifer sale. And those pins are located right out here on the south side of the building. And there is a set of polled Hereford bred heifers. So make sure you're looking at those bred heifers yet today. They're right outside here on the south side of the building. And those heifers will sell Thursday night. As we're watching our Hereford class of heifers here, we are very honored to have some royalty with us today, and we're going to have them introduce themselves to you. So why don't we start here? Come on out here, and why don't you give us your name, young lady?
My name is Brinley Albert.
And how old are you, Miss Brindley?
8.
8. Well, thank you for coming to be a princess today. Next up.
I'm Kinley Eckhoff, and I'm 15.
Thank you for coming today, Miss Kinley.
I am Jane Thompson.
And how old are you?
9 years old.
9 years old. Thank you for being here.
I'm Emma Stolbummer, and I am 10 years old.
Awesome. Thank you. One more princess.
I'm Keisha Albert, and I'm 11 years old.
Great. And our queen, I believe, she's at the backdrop, but we have another princess that joined us.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne, and I'm 16.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's put our hands together and welcome our royalty to the Hereford Show here today.
I think a very, very challenging and a very, very good class of Hereford heifers here, and it probably gets a little more challenging here placing them from second down because I think just from sheer completeness, and one that checks a lot of boxes is the one that I used to win the class. And when you just talk about, structural integrity and bloom and shape and one that just doesn't do a whole lot wrong in this particular group of contemporaries, it's the heifer I used to win this class. And again, you can study her pieces, and there's a lot of good to be seen in this female when we study her. The heifer in second, and to be honest with you, I think if you could put some more weight on this heifer, she's in contention to win this class because her balance and her maturity at this stage in the game is really good. I love her head shape, her trimness and neck, her balance in relation to size to her body dimension at this time. There's heifers bigger than her on either side of her, but I think from a balance and a look and just a integrity of structure and build, I think there's a lot of pieces in that female I really like. And I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll her down a couple spots, but I rolled her up a couple spots because I just appreciate, the wedge shapeness and the way that she ties together those pieces in very, very female and ladylike package. The heifer in third and really third and fourth is a pair to me, and they're totally different in terms of their type and kind. And I wouldn't argue if we wanted to roll these up in second and third in relation just because they are burlier, they're higher performance, they probably are more advanced in terms of their rib shape and their dimension at this point in the game than the heifer I used in second. This one's massive. I mean, big old pipe legs and bones. One that's really deep and good and true in terms of her rib design. Again, you study this one in terms of power and dimension, and she rivals the class in that regard when you study that one. So that's a really high performance, big stout one there that stands third that I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll her up a spot. A pair of heifers here, too, that are pretty similar in their build. And there's times where this heifer can be second, and there's times where I need to put her in fourth. And it's just because she don't have as much mass as that one in front of her, which I get it. They come from different operations. But she's so smooth in her build. I think very level and square when we study her down her top. Very true in terms of her foot and the way that she sets that hind leg to the ground in relation to the one maybe behind her. Maybe not as massive or as powerful as the one in front of her, but I got to see this one's best days being on down the road in terms of just her balance and her squareness and neatness aligned. So very, very nice female that comes in fourth there. The heifer in fifth and built from a similar mold in terms of body type and size to the heifer right there in front of her. Very, very neat in her hip and hind leg set when we study her. She's maybe not quite as pretty in her chest floor up front, but when you study that one from a cow standpoint, that's a good thing. Efficiency will be good. Her structure's good and functional in terms of her kind. She's maybe just not quite as massive as the ones there right above her. And then probably one of the highest performance and just honestly biggest backed and thickest and roundest ribbed ones ends up here towards the bottom of the class. And I think one, again, in terms of performance and length and squareness of hip, she puts together those good pieces. Today she's maybe just taking the show a little harder, maybe not as full as we study here today. And I get it, when you bring them from home and they've been in a week of this bad weather and then have to move to concrete, it probably affects them a little bit. But if you want some performance and you want some height and some length of body and some squareness of lines, that heifer sure does that. So tremendous class of heifers there, and in a multitude of ways you could go. You guys study them from the outside. Don't take just my opinion on it, because there in towards the middle of them classes, you could mix and match those heifers anyway, and I would not argue with you one bit. But very, very nice class of Hereford females.
Here's the results of your first class of polled Hereford heifers. I'll try saying that 3 times fast. Lot 1, or first place, will be Lot 43, Morgan Cattle Partners. Second is Lot 45, Bolte Farms. Third will be Lot 46, Morgan Cattle Partners. Fourth will be Lot 48, VR Bar Land and Cattle. Fifth will be to Lot 44, VR Bar Land and Cattle. And Lot 42 will be 6th. That's Dustin Malone. That's the result of this class. One more class coming in. There'll be 1 in this class. Then the Spring Heifer Calf Champion will be selected. We're back from lunch on the north side as well, beginning underway here momentarily, bringing you the Shorthorn show. Following the Shorthorn, we will have the Angus. Emily Griffiths again is our judge. She is from Indiana.
Well, welcome back here to the North Show Ring. And again, we're going to start our Shorthorn show over here on the north side. Again, we're extremely honored to have with us today Miss Emily Griffiths. She's coming to you from Kendallville, Indiana. And her family have 3G Galvay, and she's extremely involved in the beef industry. She loves working in the show ring. She loves working with kids, and we're very honored to have her with us here today, judging on the north side of the show ring.
Very again, nice. Sorry there. Very, very nice single entry here that comes in a March heifer calf, and again, one that does a lot of good. I like the size and the presentation you have her here today. Her added length and squareness of hip is really, really intriguing. When you study this one and study the front third of her skeleton, her ear sets up off the top of her head. She's got a little extra look in the way that she's put together there in the front third of her skeleton up high. In relation to her age at this point, you can tell that she's probably at one of her first shows or one of her first show-in sales, because, she's not as full as we study her in terms of body fill, but when you just genuinely read her pieces, she's really good in terms of her rib shape, very, very good and square in terms of her lines, has a little extra look to go with it, and this is a heifer, I think, definitely in this class that could handle a little more competition just based off the extra eye appeal, extra length of body, and just those fundamental pieces of making a nice cow that she possesses. So very, very nice single entry.
Congratulations out of Class 3 as we move to those polled heifers. It'll be lot number 41. Shooty and Sons will be bringing back our first and seconds to do the Spring Heifer Calf Champion.
over here in the North Ring as we kick things back off. A nice group of late winter, early spring, February through March shorthorn heifer calves here to start this breed division. Lots of variation. I think probably just as we judge them today, heifer that wins from a total standpoint, probably just the best combination. It's obvious she's the biggest, but aside from that, I think fits together extremely well on her framework, takes a really nice, long, kind of fluid stride. I'll let you as buyers decide where you sit on her in terms of frame, but I think even aside from that, in terms of matching it with enough proportional substance and certainly some look as well. Heifer in second, I think the most like her, particularly in the body kind that she has, up through her front 1/3, really up-headed, elongated, neatly laid in about her shoulder, and yet quality and athleticism in the way that she's built underneath. A little bit cleaner naveled heifer is the one that's going to come out here in third. I like her moderation, really sensibly sized, juvenile and youthful in her feature, and for her size, proportionally, that one's really stout-topped and big-hipped, like her at the stand. When this young exhibitor gets her put together, I think she's got a really quality kind of profile look. Red-necked heifer here that comes next again. One on the stand, great in her lines, really chalky, full of meat and muscle compared to that more moderation of size. She's one that I do like because she's got a little bit more bloom and a little bit more condition today. You can read that particularly up front. I think that's actually good because it speaks to her in terms of her doability that she has. And then finally, white heifer that's going to close. Just the smallest today, but I don't think that she lacks in quality in any particular area. She's got a great profile, phenotype's really good, has that nice kind of look, yet more than enough kind of maternal body. Just maybe not, frankly, as big as that heifer on the other end, but that may be actually your pick of this group because of where she sits in terms of size. That's a fun class of shorthorn calves to sort through all the way through.
And over here for division in the Polled Hereford show, we've got some March and Aprils in that first class, and right on down to the very bottom, there was some depth and some differences when you spoke to evaluate them. But when this heifer comes back out here, I'm very, very satisfied and thought she was probably an easy way to start in that particular class just because she covered most of those basics. Out here, you just really love her from her shoulders back in terms of her body, her condition, the bloom of muscle that she has, and she's progressing. Again, one that's functional and very sound when you get her out on the move. And again, just from her shoulders back, her hip and hind leg set is probably second to none, just studying the way that she gets out and moves and handles herself. So that's a very, very nice heifer in a very, very deep class of heifers that came out. The heifer that won that second class, and she's got her ESTs in this division too as well. Again, she's longer necked. She's a little prettier as we study her in terms of ear set and the top side of her shoulder all the way up to her poll in terms of length, in terms of attractiveness there. And again, from there back, I think her added length of body and her squareness of hip and her functionality of hind leg is really, really good. She's obviously a shot bigger in terms of her size than the one in front of her, and that probably, I don't want to say it hinders her because that's a good thing in terms of performance and grow, but she's maybe doesn't read to be as full as that heifer that wins the first class, and it's probably just part of her coming to her first show. But very, very nice heifer that wins that second class as well. And again, it may have been a kind of a gamble to put this heifer in second in that particular class because there was some burlier ones that stood there and behind her, but I still think from a balance and just an eye appeal standpoint, and again, future growth, she's obviously a little later maturing heifer that's got a ways to go, but when you studied her pieces of balance and her pieces of just true look and genuine kind, I really liked that one quite a bit, and that's why she surfaced in second in that particular class. Out here, she gives up a little performance, but again, when you talk about one, it'll probably be right cow-sized in the end and probably a bit Cavanese as you study that one in terms of look. And I don't know numbers, but that heifer does a lot of nice things for me. So very, very good division of Hereford heifers here. I'll select your champion and your reserve.
Well, over here in our Shorthorn ring, we have another group of younger March and April calves. Look like we've kind of moved into the Shorthorn Plus division. Two very different kinds of females. I don't think that there's a right or a wrong option. Just as I sort them today, it comes down to personal preference that I like the red roan heifer. She is a completely different kind, a little bit flatter, I think, where it's important in terms of how she's built in her shoulder. I think really refined and appropriate in her feature. Her foot and bone match that, but I think her framework fits really well together, like her from a reach and a structure standpoint. Just the opposite end of the spectrum is this black and white heifer here that comes in second. That one's really shapely, big back. I like the roll that she has to the center portion of her body, and that one in a niche program, maybe doing something else where those typier females might behoove you in terms of making some steers or some show market heifer prospects. She may be the one that you look into. Just two very different types of females, and we'll certainly see how they sort come sale day, but I don't think either way you go is wrong. Just depends on what kind of cattle you like and what order you may load them in.
Going to pass along some results here real quick. In this last class of Herefords, the spring heifer champion will be Morgan Cattle Partners. That would have come out of class 2, lot number 43. And out of class 3, lot 41, Schutte and Sons will be your reserve.
Here for your junior heifer calf champion comes a single entry in this particular class, so she wins automatically. But aside from that, this thing's really nice. I really like her genuineness of rib shape and the way that it's built in behind her shoulder, her extra length of body and length of hip, but yet when you ask her to go, she's very functional and gets out and handles them hind legs like she's supposed to on the move as well. So she ties together a lot of neat pieces as you study that one, just in terms of rib shape and design, added power and base width, but still elegant enough in terms of her look and balance of skeleton. So very nice single entry that will be your division champion as well.
Well, over here in the North Ring in our Shorthorn show, as we bring back our class winners in their respective seconds, really a good showing. And there's some variation and some differences amongst these females. And I think there's lots of different options and opportunities all the way through, even in in that first larger class, just because there's so many different kinds of cattle. Out here today, I think two just fit together really well, just from a quality and kind standpoint, not to take away anything from the rest of these females, because there's lots of different opportunities with continued time and inputs and resources. They're going to grow into different kinds and have some next generation versatility. It all just depends on how you want to place your bid. I'll go out and show you which two I like today. Each and every one of these Shorthorn exhibitors, round of applause. A nice group of heifer calves.
Again, a very nice single entry that will go ahead and win her division as well. Senior yearling heifer, November heifer. And, I mean, you can't put one with any more dimension and power and just sheer substance as you study this one in terms of her foot size and bone, her width and with the chest floor and with the base when she goes. And then she complements that with some dimension and some power as we study that one down her top and on out through her hip. Again, one that balances up really nice, very good and true in terms of her bone density and size, and still functional in terms of her build. That's going to make a nice cow someday. So very, very glad this single entry came in this particular division. It'll be an interesting champion lineup.
Congratulations. Your champion for the senior yearling will be Nelson Herefords. That is lot 31. Your junior heifer calf champion, who else? Herefords, and that was lot 40. They're coming back in for the selection of your champion polled Hereford female. Over on the North Ring, as the Shorthorn show has been wrapped up on the female side in Class 2, first place went to lot 11 to RK Cattle. Second is lot 10 for Beach Family Cattle. Your champion shorthorn female is Curtis Genetics, Class 1, Lot 5. And your reserve champion is Lot 9 out of Class 1, Crawford Family Shorthorns. In the ring now as we move over to the bulls for the Shorthorns, this is Class 4.
Well, over here in the Shorthorn ring, a nice pair of bulls and both marches. So I think it's pretty obvious that they sit on kind of extreme ends of the size continuum relative to their age. But I do think they have quite a few similarities just in terms of having a really quality, really outstanding overall basic build. Just as you look at their foot size and shape, the way they flex and reach, how they're built in their shoulder. I think both are impeccable in their build. Just a little bit more of the Red Bull today, a notch more stretch, especially up front and out of his hip. Just has a little bit more size and a little bit more upgrow. Calf in second, one that's certainly quite a bit more moderate, and I think relative to the size that he is, hooks back, pins down, still quite a bit more dimensional than that bull that leads out right ahead of him. Just a little bit shorter in relation, but I think for the package, again, and the size that he comes in, there's still an incredible amount of quality. I'll let you sort them depending on how you see them in terms of size, but both are good cattle that cover the basics.
Here's the results of Class 4 of the Shorthorn bulls. Your first place will go to Lot 3, Crawford Family Shorthorns. Second is Lot 4, 2RK Cattle Company. Entering the ring now will be Class 5. There are 2 exhibitors in this class. After this class, a selection of your champion Shorthorn bull.
Well, here for your champion pulled heifer, and again, these division champions are really, really nice. And, this whole division of heifers has been very, very good right on down from top to bottom. And it's just little things that probably sort them when you get out and study and evaluate these things. And we just talked that one not very long ago, and she's the one that had some competition in her particular division, and I thought surfaced relatively nicely, and that still holds true in my mind out here. I think she's very genuine in terms of her build, and very, very neat as you study them in terms of their development of growth and their stages of growth in terms of age, because the progressions there are really good, and you can see the differences in age gaps and the differences in where they're at in their maturity pattern. But all 3 very, very nice. And I really like the condition and where she's at this stage in the game that wins that first division. The heifer that wins that second division, like I said, when you study this one from 3/4 angles and just study the raw dimension and shape that she has. She does a lot of things nice. I really like that front three-quarter angle where you can see her progression of muscle and dimension working back out through that hip. Again, very functional in terms of her build as we study that one out here too. That was a nice single entry in that division that could have used some competition. And then we got into the November heifer, a little older heifer yet. And again, they just kind of progressively got a little stouter and a little stouter boned, and I'm sure part of that has to do with their maturity and where they're at in terms of age at this point in the game. But I also think this one genuinely is just a stout cow. She's good in terms of her size. I love her spread of dimension and base width and the amount of bone she sets down on. You know, she's at that stage too. Does she tie together as pretty as the young calves right now? In parts she does. I think it's just where she's at in her maturity pattern at this point, because when the dust settles on this one, there's no doubt that's going to make a tremendous cow just in terms of her sheer body, her dimension of shape, and the added bone and density of bone that she has for this breed as well. And then that only division that had some competition was that first one, and that was tough. And this heifer that was second in that division's no slouch either. Again, we talked that one in class, and I love her extra length, her added length of body and squareness of hip. Very, very functional when you asked her to get out and go in terms of her structure. Maybe not as massive as these older heifers that may have won them divisions there ahead of her, but I do think this one has a world of good, and the best is yet to come in that one in terms of her ability to grow and bloom and change as she gets older. So very, very nice lineup of heifers. I'll go out there and select my champion in my reserve, but study these heifers because they're not all one the same, and they're not all, I don't think there's a particularly the best one. There's ones that surface in my mind today in the show ring for me to use to win, but there's some differences as you study these in terms of power. There's some differences as you study them in terms of length and neatness of neck, and so study these heifers on your own and use your own opinion when it comes to buy these things, because this breed has been very, very good and obviously is a staple in this industry in terms of just functionality and maternal and cow-making genetics. So all these heifers that have came in the ring have definitely done that. So tremendous Hereford drive. I'll select your champion in your reserve.
Well, over here in our Shorthorn ring, a really nice pair of bulls, and I think mirrors our first class in lots of ways, January and a February respectively, just at a little different points along their growth curve. Just went with the later maturing Red Bull today. Like his stretch and his size and his scale, one that's really true in the way that he goes to the ground on his corners, particularly at his knee and up front in his toe. Just one that still doesn't disappoint you in terms of length, and everything matches with his framework, albeit with a little bit more frame and a little bit more size. Opposite end of the spectrum, a little bit smaller bull is the one that's going to end up in second. I like his softness through his midrib. That one's really got a huge foot and a lot of column of bone. Just a little different maturity, and where he's at in terms of his growth curve is just that small thing that sorts him. But I really, again, like his softness. I think there's a lot of ruggedness and durability in that one. So a good pair of shorthorn bulls to have the opportunity to sort, and an even better pair to decide which one you want to buy.
In Class 5 on the Shorthorn side of the ring, the North Ring, congratulations. First is Lot 1, Crawford Family Shorthorns. Second is Lot number 2, Beach Family Cattle. Bringing them in for the selection of your champion, Shorthorn Bull. Congratulations, our champion polled Hereford female is lot number 43 out of Class 2, Morgan Cattle Partners, and your reserve champion polled Hereford female is lot 40, and that is from who else? Herefords. That was the junior heifer calf. Bringing in now will be start of our horned bulls. Horned bulls for the Hereford show on the south side.
Well, over here in the North Ring, a really nice group of shorthorn bulls, and I think that probably along ringside we can all see that there's some variation. And like in so many of these breeds, and the shorthorns particularly, dependent on some influence and some priorities, you can certainly end up with some different types and kinds. Try to prioritize and pattern them similarly as we work through both of those classes. But again, that's just for me today as I'm evaluating them and trying to develop a sale order in terms of how I take them home and use them. But that may be very different in terms of how we're utilizing these shorthorn bulls, maybe whether it's for some performance or injecting some look and some stoutness and some squareness. And obviously these bulls have some variation in their maturity and where they sit in terms of size, and all those things are critically important as you think about making your buying decision. A pair that I think goes together extremely well and fits me the best today, but I think all the way through this shorthorn bull lineup, there's lots of good options and lots of different ways to go depending on what kind of things you're trying to do with your particular operation. So, round of applause for all of our shorthorn exhibitors. It's been an excellent show.
Congratulations to Crawford Family Shorthorns. They will have both the champion and the reserve. The champion is Lot 1. The reserve champion is Lot 3 for the Shorthorns. Getting ready to bring in the Angus for the North Ring. We'll start out with those Angus heifers with Class 1. On the south side, we are working on the Horned Bulls. This is Class 5.
We again want to welcome everyone here to the 30th anniversary of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. We have all of our shows here today. When both rings are done, our two judges will team up and they'll be judging our aspiring young cattlemen with their 12 bred heifers. So don't hurry off. We've got a lot of exciting things here this afternoon, and that Aspiring Young Cattleman program is really neat. And I tell you what, there is some nice Angus and Hereford bred heifers featured back there in that Aspiring Young Cattleman division. Lots of opportunities here at the Classic. Again, if you want to get your buyer's number, please see Jim Lowe and our sales crew at the front.
I think a very, very high quality set of bulls or pair of bulls in this particular class. And to me, there's a lot of give and take, and I would not argue one bit if a guy switches these pairs because, or switches this pair because what you like about one bull, he's got those pieces that maybe make him surface in my mind, that this bull has different pieces that would easily switch that pair rather handily. And so to me, I like the kind of the lighter colored one, or and honestly, it's just he's just, I don't want to say more genuine, but he is probably a little more genuine in his body shape, right in behind his shoulder. He's just a little wider gauge, stouter skeleton, stouter structured kind of bull that softens up a little neater in his flank, ties in just a little deeper in his twist, and probably just has a little bit more genuine shape but mostly because he's more compact when you study this one. He's a shot more moderate. He's maybe not quite as long-sighted as the bull there and behind him, so he's able to, I guess your eye, manipulate the fact that them think that he is just a little rounder in his shape. I really like the way he transitions from his shoulder into his forerib, how he keeps that density and that boldness of body all the way through. And again, one that's real proud about his head and really high at, when you get him out on the lead, he's the bull that probably holds his head up just a little neater, maybe just a little prettier in that regard on the top side of his skeleton. Even though he gives up some neck length and gives up just a little cleanliness up front, he's a little prouder when you get him out on the motion. But a very, very nice one to start that class with. And I'll be honest with you, I've switched this pair multiple times in my head because there's pieces of this bull with a little more time and studying their ages, a little more maturity. There's some pieces of this bull that will get around that bull there in front of him, and he's neater in his throat latch and his chest floor. He's longer necked. He's longer bodied. He's a little more streamlined when we study him in terms of his upper skeleton, in the way that his softness of skeleton and length of body, but yet still gets out and reaches so true when you study him at the ground. So to me, the differences in those two bulls is you've got one that's a little more compact and lower to the ground and stouter, and you've got one that's a little cooler looking and got a little more length. But it's both two extremely high-quality bulls, and you can't argue that one bit. So very, very nice pair of bulls in that particular lineup.
Well, over here as we start our Angus show, a really nice pair of summer heifer calves, a May and a June respectively. I think both have incredible good. Heifer that's going to end up winning, I think just a little bit probably more filled out. Part of that's because she's also just a little bit more toned down in terms of her frame, which gives that illusion of that consistency that she has in her substance. A really sound one, really true in the way that she goes to her corners. Just a really nice summer heifer to kick off what I'm sure will be a competitive Angus female show. Heifer that ends up in second, really like how ladylike, how prolific, British-looking female she is in all of her angles. Really slim and neat in her neck, flat at the top and the point of her shoulder, and yet really is good in her overall structure. Again, lots of class and elegance and grace in the way that one fits together. Both are two really good summer females that have quality now, and I think their best days are still ahead of them.
First to the south side of the ring, congratulations out of Class 5. First goes to Langren Ranch, lot number 9. Langren Ranch also had lot 10. And they will be your junior bull calf champion. Lot 9, reserve champion is lot 10, both shown by Langren Ranch. In the ring now for the horned bulls is class number 6. On the south side, as the Angus show is underway and the heifers are being shown, congratulations in Class 1. First place goes to Lot 31, 11 Mill Iron Ranch. And Lot 32, Schaefer Angus Farms, will be second. Class 2 is now in the ring for the Angus heifers.
So this particular class goes ahead and is your senior bull calf champion or senior bull champion, and I think a trio that are really, really nice, and there's a lot of differences in these bulls. The first one that came into class, that's a rugged designed one, so good in terms of his body shape, got some extra dimension and power, and as you study him down his top and there and behind his shoulder. And again, when you study this one, just in terms of his conformity and the way that he ties his shoulder into his forearm, and from there back, he's so smooth for as massive as he is as you analyze this one. And again, no major things about this one that doesn't say he's going to inject a little more muscle, inject a little more body and dimension into his offspring. The bull in second, and probably a little more of an athletic designed one. He gets out and maybe reaches just a little softer when we study him at the ground than maybe that bull right in front of him. And I think his athleticness is very, very neat. He's long-bodied. He's a little greener in his condition than the bulls on either side of him. Probably at a little different point in his maturity pattern for his age than the bulls in behind him. But when you study this one, he's got a lot of look. He's got a lot of length. He's got a really nice set of testicles, probably the most in terms of testicular development in this particular class. And I'm sure his condition probably helps with that a little bit. But again, one that's very athletic, very good and cool in terms of his look. Got a nice set of testicles on him. He's not as massive as the bulls on either side of him, but he's also a little greener, and his condition comes in probably a little closer to turnout shape, as I would say it in the bull there comes into the class second. Then the bull that comes in third, and that's another one that just in terms of sheer power and in the way that he connects his power and his dimension is very, very good. He's solid at the ground in terms of his bone and his foot and his density in that regard. Very, very true as we study that one's skeleton on the move as well. For one that's that stout and that dimensional, and you ask him to go, he's still very, very athletic when he wants to keep his head up out of the ground. But very, very good division of bulls. There's no doubt the darker pigmented one or the darker colored one will be my champion, the third bull in this class.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, a really good trio of heifers, a nice one to tie into that wins this particular class. I think irregardless of what you may want to do with one, when this young lady does get her put together, she's really picturesque from the profile, really heads up, incredibly long. And I think just where her slight advantage lies today, all of these cattle have a really good maternal kind of a rib shape. She just has a little bit more drop right there through the center portion of her body. As you study her heart and her midrib and her flank, just has a little extra depth there and puts it on a really quality, well-connected, cleaned underline kind of framework. Heifers in second and third, I think that there's some considerable sort. Probably the heifer in second patterns more similarly to that one that wins, just in terms of being heads up, really long through her front 1/3 and long out of her hip, which allows her to really track and travel effectively off of both ends, like all those things about her, and really still ladylike and attractive in her head and her jaw and her neck, and the way it blends into her shoulder. Heifer in third probably is as heavy muscled and as square build as any in this particular of this class. What I really like about this one is hooks back, pins down. She's truly dimensional. That's a big hipped, heavy muscled Angus female, and I think that should be complimented and something certainly worth considering just because she is chocked so full of red meat, and that's obviously next generation going to pay dividends and pay weight and some terminal incentives. So a great trio there of Angus heifers have the opportunity to sort there in that earlier spring heifer calf class.
On the south side of the ring, here's your results of Class 6. First place and your senior bull calf champion goes to Justine Pope, Lot 3. Reserve senior bull calf champion is Double Heart, that is Lot 5. And third place out of Class 6 will be Lot 4, Nelson Herefords. Momentarily, we'll be doing Class 7 for the Herefords. On the north side, the results of Class 2. First is Lot 28, Schaefer Angus Farms. Lot 30, 4M Crowder Angus is second, and Lot 29, 4M Crowder Angus is third. In the ring now is Class 3 on the north side for the Angus, and Class 7 for the Herefords on the south side.
Well, I can already tell you this now. This Horn Bull show's really, really good, and it's going to stay good. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the end, because this bull, he's a single entry, but he'll be your division champion too. February, I guess, 2-year-old at this point, and one that puts together a lot of neat pieces. I think in relation to a Horn Bull, that thing's skeleton and length and look is very, very intriguing. He's so good as you study that one up through his front third in terms of cleanliness of neck, cleanliness of chest. But then from there back, he's not overwhelming in terms of muscular dimension like a couple we've seen. But the way he transitions, he still has way enough power. I love the condition he's in at this point. And he transitions his lines and transitions that extra look and balance from there back. And then you just study this bull in his own right. This bull's got some dimension and some cutability and some shape down his top. He's very neat in his hip and hind leg set. That's a very, very nice single entry that just got brought to me. So be an interesting Horn Bull show for sure.
Well, over here in the Angus ring, a really nice pair of winter heifer calves, and both are incredibly good. I think the one that wins just hits me really hard as you study her from a well-fit, well-fed, well-presented standpoint, and then has the underlying, I think, important kind of good substance pieces to go along with that. Just one that really paints that picturesque kind of a profile, tremendously good nose to tail, really has that swoopy, soggy belly that I know we get all excited about. And good in terms of her foot and her bone work, and just good in a lots of regards. Certainly, I think the heifer in second requires some studying as well, too, because I think there's a lot you have to appreciate about her. Probably of the two, if you're thinking maybe long-term, I read this one actually as a little bit more maintenance kind of free. I think she's a little more genuine and honest just in her kind of condition today. She's one that's incredibly square and wide to her corners, particularly behind. I like that extra width that she has there from stifle to stifle, particularly up high in terms of pin width as well. That one's also an incredibly good heifer. That's a really nice pair there of winter heifer calves in your Angus show that I think certainly need some interest and need some looking into, because they both are worthy of a bid, and a high bid at that.
Another single entry, and he'll be your division champion as well. December, I guess just over 2 years of age, and one that does a lot of good. I mean, that thing is so stout and genuine, and just in terms of his muscle shape and his base width and design. You study that one in terms of rib shape and his uniformity of body depth and how that transitions back in through his flank and even down into that lower stifle. That bull's one that if you want some pounds and you want some dimension and some power put into some of those females, this bull definitely do that, because his balance and the way that he puts together his lines for one that's that stout and that rugged in his build is very, very unique. So very, very nice single entry and division champion in this class as well.
Congratulations out of Class 8. Double Heart Diamond will be your senior yearling bull champion for the Hereford show. Getting ready to select your champion reserve, Horned Herefords. Over on the North Ring in Class 3, first will go to Lot 27, Vision Angus. Second is to Lot 25, Growth Angus. Selection right now is underway for your junior heifer calf champion. And a quick note, folks, if you're watching these heifers, the Angus Junior Nationals will be in Grand Island July 10th through the 17th.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, just an incredible lineup of heifer calves. And I found myself, as I was working through some of these classes, obviously these are a great quality set of livestock, and found myself kind of looking at them a little bit more and starting to want to break them down as I just wanted to talk about them. And it's not because they're not good. It's because these are the kind, as we talk about that the Angus Junior Nationals is going to be right here on the home turf, these are the kind that can function at a really high level. These aren't just good for a consignment sale. These aren't just good for an Angus show. They're just good cattle anywhere you want to put them. All three of these class winners and those respective seconds. And I think that there's, again, a lot of different ways you can go, bid and buy with confidence. If you come over the next few days to want to buy a heifer to be competitive with, you can go pretty deep in this Angus heifer calf division because they're all of that quality. And that's really exciting. We can go on and on all day about how good these are, and that's what when I talked about that I wanted to start breaking them down, it's because you almost think that you're at a little higher caliber Angus show, and that's because these are the kind of heifers that are out here being represented. Well fit, well fed, well presented. They're ready to be competitive if you want to take them on and show them on Sunday, but also I think they're in it for the long haul as big bred competitive ones, or more importantly as good brood cows. So great lineup. I'll go show you which two I happen to like best today, but round of applause to each and every one of these Angus heifer calf exhibitors.
Well, this Horn Bull Show, it's deep, and it's good when you study these cattle and you get them back out here and you study kind of the progressions and the transitions from maturity, from a yearling bull on up, or not quite a yearling bull on up, to ones that are, got a little more age or some advantages just in terms of maturity in that regard. So a tremendous bull show, and again, you can understand why this particular breed and a lot of guys are staying in and using these type of bulls because the as far as this Hereford breed has come in the last several years, in the last decade, again is just a true testament to the breeders in their ability to kind of change with the times and inject just a shot more power and performance into these cattle, and yet still keep them so good in terms of their skeletal build and their quality. That bull that wins that first division, and that was a tough class in that particular division. I wouldn't even argue if maybe one of the high sellers or the one that was second in the division might bring more than this one. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you because they're different in their type and kind. But I'm glad I went with this bull in general, just because when you study his just general dimension and the way that he's got that added body and forerib shape and the progressions that he has from his shoulders back, and he probably fits a little better with the bulls that ended up showing up here today. So I stayed true to my kind and used the one I liked better in a pair where I wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch it any day of the week, because I did it in my mind a few times. But I really like the way this bull he's proud in the ring. He likes to show off when he gets out in motion. He transitions really good from his neck into his shoulder and his shoulder into his forerib, and yet very mellow and smooth and good when you study that one out on the go and you study the amount of mass that he has, for an April bull calf. The bull that won that second division, I think he was a November bull. And again, in a way, you could say you turned up the heat a notch just because of his maturity pattern. That thing is stout. He's about as stout as you can build one, just in terms of sheer muscle and sheer mass. They're working down his top and out through his hip, sits down on a large circumference of bone. There's 6 months age difference in these first two divisions, and you can see it. But this bull's very, very prominent just in terms of muscle and dimension and power and sheer width. He's acting a little slow on the halter, not wanting to maybe just keep his head up when he goes. But when you read that one's skeleton, his angles are good up in his shoulder. There's nothing there on the front end of his skeleton that even bothers me. It's just a bull coming to a bull show acting like a bull. the bull that wins that third division, and he's got some ESTs in this particular lineup as well. That's one that's maybe got a shot more size or frame size than the two in front of him without being too big. I think that thing's still good in terms of a size. I really, really like the look and the eye appeal that this bull brings to the table. He's so long and smooth in that neck. He's just as long-bodied when you analyze him, and yet you study this one out through his hip. He's got some length of hip and some squareness and a very, very unique hind leg set to that one. Again, he comes in a condition that's in workout clothes. You can tell this bull's ready to work, and I mean that's a bull that could change some females in terms of type and kind and in terms of quality and of look and quality of balance. And then this bull does it, and in his own right, that bull's stout. He's got the right shape to his muscle. He's got the right shape to his top. You can't build one that good in their skeleton and yet not put one with enough muscle in him, because he wouldn't stand and hold his back in the way that he does here in this particular lineup. Is he as stout as the two in front of him? No. But he does read to be a little smaller headed and smoother in his shoulder. And, I don't have access to, I just have their ages. I don't have access to their numbers. So it's obviously smart to read some of that stuff because, I'm going into the number thing a little bit blind, just picking the cattle. But I'm sure that bull probably reads pretty good in that respect. And, again, saying it just off the mic, not knowing for sure. Then the bull that wins that last division, and that he had, I guess that man's got two of these out here, and they're built from the same mold. Super powerful, super dimensional, great big hips in them. You really like their body shape and roundness of rib they have, testicular development this stage in the game as well. So that's a type of bull that if you want to inject some pounds and some sheer muscle into those cattle, he'll do it as well. So very, very unique set of bulls out here in this horned division. I think there is probably a few ways you could go for whether you want to be champion or reserve. And I'll be strictly honest with you. I couldn't tell you exactly which bull I think would even be the high seller in the sale, and that's for you guys to determine and you guys to do in your own right, because I think there's quite a few bulls in this lineup that came out here that do a lot of good things for this breed and are definitely good in that respect. So very, very unique set of bulls. I'm going to set the mic down and pick a champion and reserve. Let's give these breeders and exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, incredibly good pair of bred females, and both are due to calve right on in terms of where they should be in their calving interval, just shy of 2. Heifer that wins, I think, just such an incredible creature to have the opportunity to study. You have to appreciate her truly from nose to tail. Talk about it a lot, but to really progressively widen and get fleshier in the right direction, that one's so fresh and youthful in her head, so good in how her neck sits and how it ties into her shoulder. And then by no means, though, when you get in behind that one, is she a plate full of profile. There's a lot of red meat. There's a lot of cow power. And that one, interestingly enough, a really good kind of size, and the structure on that one's as bulletproof as we've seen today. Heifer in second is one that's a little bit leaner, mid-rib back, and I wouldn't argue with you a bit, because I know there's a lot of astute cattlemen that would rather calve this one out from a condition standpoint, and I do appreciate that about her. And that's an Angus with a big old column of bone and a great foot, puts together an impeccable profile as well. The real smart cattlemen would just buy both of those breds because they're ready to go in production and have that look and phenotype and performance and just the right combination of lots of good things. So a really nice pair there of bred Angus females as we continue on with our Angus heifer show.
Congratulations out of Class 4. Also will be your senior heifer champion is lot number 23, Cisco Brothers, Kearns Cattle. Your reserve senior heifer champion is lot 22, Good Times Cattle Company. Bringing in the females now for a selection of your champion, Angus female. Congratulations, your champion Horned Hereford Bull. It comes out of class number 5. That'll be Langford Ranch, lot number 9. Your reserve champion Horned Hereford Bull comes out of class 6. Justine Pope, that is lot number 3. Moving on to the polled bulls, we'll have class 9 with 2 in the class. And again, on the north side, selection of your champion Angus female.
Attention in the barns. We would like all of our FFA students to please come gather here in front of the block. FFA students, please come gather at the block, and we will make our announcement of our winners in our FFA contest.
Well, here in our Angus female show, just an incredible group, and we just happen to just get to bring our division champions and reserves back out. But like in all of our breeds, there's been good cattle consistently throughout the day, and that's so refreshing to see. And there's some things you just can't replace. And I know we very much live in a time where, everything's very surface and via once removed over the internet. We know the cattle business in a lot of ways is no different. Click to bid from the comfort of your homes, a lot easier for both consigners as well as buyers than being out there in the negative 10-degree weather getting cattle prepared to come to town. But I think ultimately what that does and what this entire event does is represent just really good, genuine people and genuine cattle because you still have to show up. Somebody's still going to see them, look at them in person, look at them from every view, and we know we can do a lot to get them prepared and to take them to that next level, but you can't edit. Putting them on a halter and leading them out here, it's pretty hard to manipulate that once they're right in front of you. A great lineup of females. This is so, I think, and the reason why this is incredibly important, this is a great gathering of great cattle, and I think something that just really can't be replaced. It's not just about the cattle out here, but genuine people, reputation kind of programs, and ultimately that keeps us all honest. Certainly it does good for our buyers, but as breeders and as stockmen, there's still some competition in bringing them to town, getting them together, having them compared side by side where it's not just on a video screen. For some people, it's the only way they market, but I think for the really astute people, it's a compliment to the way they market their operation. So great lineup of cattle. There's one for me in particular as we think about when things get tough or things get challenging. I ultimately always select them. If you know my father Carl, the way I'd unload him to put him in our own program at home, and probably for some of you, if you can really get in and look at them from some different angles, step back and study them from the three-quarter view. Although they're really great quality, there's one that just really fits the bill as genuine, good kind of cattle. Love to see her today. Think she's going to be competitive in the Supreme Drive, and for me, I think she's the kind that you can really bank on in production as well. So, great group of Angus females, all of these heifers, the consigners, the breeders, and those that went back to the barns. Round of applause, and I'll go out and select you a champion in reserve.
Over here on the Hereford side, we're starting out with the pulled bulls, and I'm going to leave them as they came into the ring. And I think a nice pair of bulls. And the one that wins this class, again, just in terms of balance and look and structural integrity, he kind of checks all those boxes. But yet you study him in terms of his shape, his length of body, and the pieces he does. He checks a lot of boxes in this regard in terms of just being complete. So that's a very complete type of bull that goes ahead and wins this first class. The bull in second, and again, a little similar in terms of age, but difference in terms of homes. And this is a bull, again, as you study just in terms of sheer power and shape of muscle and shape of body, he does the right things. You get him behind him, there's enough dimension down that top and some spread to that top when you study him. As we analyze him against the bull that wins this class, he gives up some of those intangibles in terms of look. But when we study this one in terms of just, being honest in terms of his size, very conformationally good in terms of his condition from a turnout standpoint, and one that's still got enough dimension when you read him in terms of roundness of rib shape and the way that he's built in behind his blade. He just got stuck in a class with one that was just a shot bigger and maybe just a little smoother in his transitions. But very, very nice pair of bulls here on the top end of this class.
Again, if we can get our FFA students here at the auction block, we do want to announce our winners today. So FFA students, come on over here. George Janning with the Classic Board of Directors is in front here, so FFA students, come on over. We want to do a special shout out to McPherson County FFA. This was a group of all junior high students, and the judges told me you did a great job. So McPherson County FFA, you did a great job. All right, we will announce the winners, but I want you to go to the picture backdrop. George, wave your hand. He's got your envelopes, and he'll meet you at the picture backdrop. So 5th place today went to the Kearney FFA chapter. 4th place, Gothenburg FFA chapter. 3rd place to the York FFA chapter. 2nd place to SEM FFA chapter. And our 1st place chapter was Pierce FFA. So congratulations. Thank you to all coming, and meet George over at the picture backdrop so we can get your pictures.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, as we kick off our bull show, a really nice pair of springborns, and wouldn't argue with you if you like the pair differently. Bull that I'm going to elect to use, just really like him in the smoothness and strength and the way that he couples all the way from his shoulder to the way he feeds back into his rib. Maybe not as massively hipped as that bull right behind him, but I think he's got more than enough substance and really appropriate in the way that he fits together and is assembled, and just today has a really nice kind of pattern and presence. Bull calf in second, I really like him in terms of being a big back, robust, centered one that's really got a tremendous amount of muscle. I think when he gets settled in, and mostly when he's on cows is when you're going to like that one, and he's going to be built for speed. Maybe just not as comfortable in showing today. I don't think it's a function of his skeleton at all, because that one's still really good in his angles, and you have to appreciate his muscle. Terminal incentives, next generation. I think that one's going to be extremely intriguing. That's a nice way to start off our Angus Bull Show.
Again, want to remind you guys, take a peek over here on the north side of the ring. There's several of our bull pin exhibitors and the female pin exhibitors over there. Plus, remember that commercial pin of 5 heifers are located outside here. There is a set of Hereford heifers outside. Tomorrow morning, we've got our pin bull show. There is a set of Hereford bulls in that pin bull show. We'll have our bull buyers lunch at 11 o'clock at the Platte Valley Auto, Pony Express, and Heartland Chevy display. Promptly at noon, we'll start our bull sales tomorrow. If you're wanting to go ahead and get a bidder's number today, I believe Jim Lowe and our sales crew in that front concourse can get you signed up. You can get a buyer's number for the bull sales tomorrow at noon, and that commercial heifer pin of 5 sale will follow the bulls tomorrow.
I think a very, very deep class of bulls here, and really several different ways you could go in terms of where you, depending on what you want to do with your operation and where you're at in terms of priorities. But for me, and I think this top pair of bulls is dang nice, but this bull that wins the class is just so smooth when you get out and study this one in terms of his feet and legs and the way he balances up. It's really, really neat. And then, I think you could study him versus the ones in second and third. And you would say at first maybe that bull doesn't read to be maybe as stout as those bulls, but then you study him and you get up on top of him, and there's plenty of dimension to work with there as well. So that's a bull that's just awfully complete and checks a lot of boxes. And to me, I think kind of surfaces in this class just in terms of the way that he transitions and puts himself together from a skeletal standpoint. On the standstill, this bull in second, and really the bull in second and third, these are the expressive, stout, muscled ones, and they read with more muscle two-dimensionally and three-dimensionally than the one that wins the class, just in terms of sheer dimension and width of body at this point. I really like the balance and look up through his front third. He's real proud up through his front end when you study that one. Smooth and real neat in terms of his look and his angles from there back. He gives up just a shot of bone to the bulls on either side of him, but he also reads by his head shape to maybe be a shot more cavernous in terms of his build when you study him. So I think a really, really neat, eye-appealing one that comes in second that has those the intangibles of muscle and dimension. The one in third, and again, built from the same mold just in terms of moderation, body, shape, and he connects all those dots from an efficient, low-to-the-ground female-making Hereford bull. And I think one, as you study him on the standstill, that thing is, and I don't want to use the word extreme, but he's just very unique in the way that he ties his muscle together down his top, the squareness of hip and hind leg set. Maybe one that's just a shot smaller in this particular class, but that moderation will go a long ways when you're breeding females. The three bulls that'll end up rounding out this class, and again, nothing against them. They're just not as boxy or not as dimensional as those initial three, and that's why they're here today. You can tell in terms of condition, they're lean. They may be just not handling the show as well. The young man's bull that comes out next probably has as much size and length and just sheer performance in terms of size as any of them in the class. And then when you ask him to go, he's one of the best structured ones in this class when you study him in terms of his feet and legs and the angles that he presents. He's maybe just not as stout as a couple of those above him, but he does that with a little extra body length, a little extra look, and he's definitely one that you can't falter just in terms of his structure. The bull that comes in next, again, moderate and shapy and got a good set of nuts on him. We study this one down his top and his squareness atop. It's really, really good. And when you study his rib design, it looks like he's maybe just not as full today as he probably is when you study him at home. But he's just a little more athletic than the one that falls in behind him. But still a bull that you study in terms of his condition. You study this one in terms of athleticness. You study this one in terms of frame size and cutability and muscle. That bull does a lot of nice things too. The bull that will end up rounding out this class, and again, one that we study, gets out and covers his track when he gets to go. He's wanting to pull his top up just a little bit, and you can tell maybe first show he's not as full or he's not as good right now in terms of his lower rib shape. but that's a bull that with some time and some maturity, you can study this one. He's got a little extra look. He's got a little extra length of body. He sets a pretty good set of testicles on him as well in relation to his size. So a good bull that rounds out the class, but very, very nice pair of bulls on the top end of that particular class. I think we'll go into this division. It'll be an interesting division.
Well, over here on the Angus side, a really nice trio of winter bull calves. Bull that's going to win this particular class, just one that's incredibly stout, square built, massive, big back, big top. He reads rugged and just like a good beef bull through his head and his neck and all of his feature. Just does lots of things right in that regard. Calf in second, I think an interesting one to study, a little probably different end of the spectrum. Be interesting to read how he charts from an EPD profile. His head, his bone work, his shoulder, all reads like a Cavanese sire, and obviously there's a lot of good and a lot of usefulness in those kind of characteristics, and I think he reads like that. Great in terms of his structure, how he goes to the ground, well in the angle that he's laid in his shoulder. Bull here in third, that's a really sound built one, comes great to all four corners of his skeleton, got a great set of testicles underneath him, points north and south on all 4 feet, all those fundamental things going to give him lots of longevity and seasons of service. And actually you really have to, as you study him, appreciate he's got a really raw, lean kind of muscle design. Obviously that can benefit a lot of British bases to inject some of that power, inject some of that red meat. So even though unfortunately he has to land third, that's a nice way to end this particular class in another really good set of Angus bulls.
Here's the results of your Angus show on the north side, Class 6. Your first place is Growth Angus, that's Lot 11. Second is Lot 15X, Nelson Angus. And third is Lot 16, 4M, Crowder Angus. Over on the south side, as the polled Herefords continue, the bulls in Class 10. First is Lot 24, MCM polled Herefords. Second will be Lot 27, Keller Cattle. Third is Lot 30, Keller Cattle. Fourth is Lot 28, Schutte and Sons. Fifth will be Lot 25, Keller Cattle. And sixth is Lot 26, VR Bar Land and Cattle. Selection now is underway for our spring bull calf champion in the polled Herefords.
Here for your spring bull calf champion, it came out of 2 classes, and I guess the second didn't come in out of that first class. But again, that bull that won that first class, you just study this one in his own right, and he does a lot of good. He checks the box in terms of look. He checks the box in terms of body shape and the way that he's built there. And he also checks the boxes in terms of muscle and dimension and shape when you do that stuff. And so, whether you're looking at him from the side or looking at him from a 3/4 angle, he's one that does check those boxes from the outside looking in. And like I said, it'd be interesting to read some numbers on these cattle. And not that I'm saying that, but just because it would maybe settle your mind in some areas on some stuff. But I think that bull, again, he reads to be pretty complete as you study him from all facets, and was a dang nice one to win that first class. There was a lot more competition in that second class, and there was no doubt that this bull surfaced in my mind, and it's just when you asked him to go, his combination of a shot more bone size and a shot more density of just bone and skeletal build is what surfaced him up to the top. And then when you get him out here, he's got a skeleton and a structure that's built like that one that wins the first class. He balances up every bit as good as you study him in his own right, I think, in relation to his contemporaries, but yet you study him just from a sheer balance and body and kind of the same thing, connect the dots type of thing. That bull, again, is one that checks a lot of boxes. But from the outside looking in, and like I said, there's one here that probably fits me a little better today. It'd be interesting, but the bull out of that first class I'm going to use as your champion today. The bull out of that second class will be your reserve.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, a really nice pair of winter bull calves, and I think both have incredible quality, probably as we think about it in a show setting, if you miss the forest for the trees, you'll get lost in the woods on this bull that wins this class because he just so overwhelms this particular pair of contemporaries. That one's a really stout one, all the way from how he's built in his shoulder in terms of right in behind his shoulder as well, which is true where true power starts. That one's big hipped as you watch him round the corner, hooks back, pins down, goes to a really square kind of built base and has some middle body substance to go along with it. Now, I think that there's incredible good still in this bull in second. He's actually a little bit more conservative and appropriate, probably more toned down in some of his feature. I don't know about you all along ringside, but I know when I have to help a calf or a cow calve in the negative 10-degree weather, we want to talk about these bone shows and having a big foot. I don't want to reach in there and feel a big old leg on a calf. So an appropriate amount of bone that matches the kind of framework that they have up high, I think that one's a really intriguing one to study. And I would bet as they sort out and collect and garner buyers over the next couple days, there may be some that would gravitate to that bull that wouldn't even have an interest in that bull that wins that class. And that's okay. That's the great thing about a sale. Just in the show today, that's how I rank them. But that's a nice pair of winter Angus bull calves. Well, here in our Angus Bull Show, as we get into our first division of these bull calves, extremely competitive and kind of a curious case study. Lots of different types and kinds, and we just have face value phenotype out here. Probably as you really get in and study these cattle from a pedigree perspective, from a numbers and EPDs, genomically enhanced or not, I think that there's lots of other extraneous things that probably go into making these selection decisions. Out here today, I think that there's one in particular that just all things considered suits me really well. Just reads as a really powerful kind of cattle, regardless of what group or what kind of contemporaries you put him in. And I think that there's some sort for reserve, not because there's not quality to follow up with, just, again, lots of different options, ones that are billed in a different type and kind. You as buyers along ringside, I'm sure, or those watching online, will have your preferences and your picks. I think all of these bulls, just from, again, basic build, foot size, toe shape, testicular size, and distension are all going to be safe to use. It's just going to be some of those differences that sort them and how you place your bid when you raise that buyer number. But great lineup. I'll go out and select a champion in reserve. Round of applause to all of our Angus bull calf exhibitors.
So this particular class is actually a division as well, so I'll go ahead and talk these cattle and select your champion in reserve. And the bull that comes into class first, and again, as you study this one that's a little leaner in his condition, but in a good way. I think that one, in terms of type and kind and length and squareness atop, he ties together some good things. And then you study this one, he's functional in terms of his build when you get him out in motion. He gives up just a little bit of size in this particular class, but that's the difference in different breeders, different feed programs, and how you handle these bulls up to this point. But I do think this bull's got some look and some squareness and some neatness of lines, and yet maturity will tell how stout and how truly dimensional he'll get. But when you study his skeleton and his upper skeleton, he reads with some muscle. It's maybe just not as bloomy here today at the show. The bull that comes into class second, one that's got some size, I think that one's got a little more body length and frame than most of the bulls in this particular class, and a little darker in his color. Again, we study this one in terms of his hip and hind leg. You really like that balance and the way that it sets down. You study him in terms of dimension and shape. He's not overwhelmed or blessed with a ton of muscle, but he's got enough, and he reads so smooth and so good in his neck and shoulders that I think as maturity and as things come along, the way that his skeleton's built, that bull's got plenty more than enough in terms of just dimension and look. And I really like his uniformity of body depth and softness of flank and actual flap of flank as we study that one in through the rear third of his belly. The bull that came into class third, and again, he's probably the smallest bull in this class from a frame standpoint, but he does that with some extras. Again, that bull's moderate, but yet very, very true and athletic in terms of his build. He does have that extra expression, that extra dimension of muscle and shape, and the way that he progresses that from nose all the way out through his hip is unique. He's just very wedge and very good and true in terms of his balance of muscle and how it hangs on his skeleton. That's a really, really nice bull, just a shot smaller as we study him in relation to these other contemporaries. And then the fourth bull that came into class, and again, just another rugged kind of bull. Again, soft at the ground, very functional in terms of his structure. He's got some extra body and some extra depth of body that reads to have some I guess, more efficient type daughters someday, or bulls that probably convert. And you can see this one. That's probably, I mean, as you analyze them, probably the pounds heavy bull of the class, just because he's got so much more body and has so much enough length and performance to go with it. Again, a very, very nice lineup of bulls. I think there's one that hits me pretty hard in this division as maybe the complete one in a bunch of bulls that are all out of difference in terms of their type and kind and where they're at this time of the game in terms of condition. But the bull that came into class third will be your champion out of this division.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, a really nice pair of August bulls, and bull that wins just, I think, follows up in terms of pattern and precedent to lots of the things that we've discussed in all of these divisions, and even our division right before in the Angus show. Just incredibly bold and powerful everywhere you look. Really a dimensional bull, no matter what angle that you study him from. He's got true muscle, top shape, back shape, upper quarter or upper hip and lower quarter, and yet still build on a really good kind of a foundation. Just a complete, balanced, really powerful kind that has obviously advantage in weight per day of age. Bull here that's going to roll out in second. One that I really like him on the stand and how he's laid in about his shoulder, at the top of his shoulder and the point of his shoulder. He's one that's a little bit leaner, and I think that that's certainly should be complimented and the preference by some bull buyers along ringside. But that one's got a lot of length and a lot of stretch. Obviously good and bloomy in where he's at today, but I think long-term going to be a good kind of herd sire as well. So yet again, another really nice class. Here's we continue on in our Angus Bull Show.
So here are the results on the north side as we look at the Angus show. Your spring bull calf champion was Nelson Angus, Class 7, Lot 12X. Your reserve spring bull calf champion, 11 Mill Iron Branch, and that came out of Class 7, Lot 10. The results of Class 8, first will go to Holman Angus, lot number 8. Second, also to Holman Angus, lot number 9. Switch gears to the South Ring and the Hereford Show as the pole bulls continue to be showed. Class 11 is also your junior bull calf champion, will be JC Cattle Company, lot 20. Reserve junior bull calf champion will be Dotker Farms, that is lot 19. Third will be lot 21, Dustin Malone. And fourth place out of Class 11 is lot 23, J. Barkay. In the ring now is Class 12 of the Hereford Show, and in the north ring, we are looking at Class number 9.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, as we continue with this intermediate yearling division, a really nice single entry Mabel. Just really lots of consistency and I think correctness in the way that he patterns and proportions today. Really good profiling, doesn't disappoint you just in terms of a natural base width standpoint either. Got a good depth of side, yet some spring and shape to his rib as well. Again, just a really correct kind of a feature all the way through, build on a really good foundation. Yet again, another really nice herd sire prospect here in this division.
Here for your senior bull champion, I think a pair of bulls that are very contrasting or very different in their type and kind, and I think if you could kind of blend them two together, you'd have one that's maybe the more ideal. The bull that came into class first, and again, one that as you just study in terms of functionality of structure, his condition at this point, and just study the way that he gets out and handles himself in motion, you really, really like it. His feet and legs will hold up as you study him. He's a little softer as we study him in terms of his rib design and depth of body and just uniformity of body all the way from there back. Again, a bull that stands good in behind his shoulders and has a nice hip to him in terms of squareness and levelness from hooks to pins. Maybe gives up a little extra muscle to the bull that comes into class second. And this bull's a little different. He's a little bigger in his kind. He's one that's got a little more cutability and shape of muscle as we study him down his top. He reads just a little more masculine just about his features in terms of muscle and extra dimension and bone. Again, a bull that gives up just a little body to the one that comes into class first, but it fits his body type in terms of being a bigger, rawer designed, heavy muscle, pounds making type of bull. So very, very nice pair of bulls here. And, you're on the fence on which direction you like to go in terms of one that'll make probably a little nicer set of functional, looser built females, or one that you want to inject a little more muscle and dimension and size into your progeny. So very, very nice pair of bulls. I'm going to go with the bull that came into class second for champion in this division. Bull came into class first will be your reserve.
Well, over here in our Angus ring, a really nice lineup here of these 15 to 20-month-old bulls, and always, I think, a really interesting age and obviously highly valued and sought after. As we say, west of the river, they can understand and appreciate this age bull in terms of some of the extra maturity and the extra benefits of these longer age kind of cattle to buy. Lived here in Nebraska for a while, had the opportunity to work for Baldridge there in North Platte, so understand that, selling a few hundred of them there. So a great lineup of bulls. I think for me it comes down to two. They're very different kinds of cattle. Probably today, one just patterns and proportions enough better to make the ultimate sort. But again, there's so many other critical factors that go into these. I'd like to see how they chart, like to see their pedigree, because you'd like to say maybe one's a Cavionese bull or maybe one reads as the carcass bull, and it'd be interesting to see if that reads true and some of those other metrics that we can have to start making these decisions. But irregardless, all great kind of cattle. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve, but round of applause to this intermediate division of yearling bulls.
Here's your results from the Herefords. The senior bull calf champion will come out of lot 17, Nelson Herefords. Your senior bull reserve is lot 18, Albert Moeller and Sons. Over on the north ring, your intermediate champion bull is shown by Schaefer Angus. That's class 9, lot 6. Your intermediate reserve champion bull, Holman Angus, class 8, lot 8. In the ring right now, single entry, class 10. And over in the south ring, this is class 13.
Well, just a single entry here in this spring junior yearling class in our Angus show, but just a really nice bull to have the opportunity to study. Incredibly long. I like the stretch and the length and the frame on this one. Really tall-shouldered kind of cattle. Good at the ground in terms of his foot size and his column of bone. He just has that tough, really rugged look, lean, ready to go to work and cover some cows. Just a nice single entry here, junior yearling spring bull.
Here's the results of Class 10 in the North Ring for the Angus. First place is lot number 5, Josh Taylor, Alan Forster. In the ring now, coming in will be Class 11. After this, we will make the selection of the junior champion bull.
probably the most challenging class here is this particular lineup, and I guess I should have looked a little closer because this does turn into a division champion, but I guess I already placed them. And but I think the bull that I'm going to go ahead and use to win this division, again, the dark red bull, he just combines the most good things in my mind in terms of balance and look and levelness atop. But yet you study this one in terms of rib design and the way that he's built in his forearm and his transitions from shoulder back through his hip. To me, he's just the most genuine as I study him of this initial 3 or 4 in this particular class, and I think he does a lot of nice things. I love the condition they brought him in to me. That's an aged bull that obviously is ready to turn out. The bull in second, and I think this middle pair is probably pretty close in my mind, and to me, the bull in second probably just more closely follows the class winner in terms of type and kind, in terms of cutability and muscle, shape when you study him out through his hip. Again, a shot more moderate in his build, a little shorter in terms of his body length compared to the bulls on either side of him. But I still think one from an athletic standpoint, from a look and eye appeal standpoint, and one that has some cutability and some shape of muscle. This bull, it does, though, in the same regards. The bull that I end up putting third, and to be honest with you, this is the type of bull, and I hate to even say this, but he's first or third. You either go with him or you stick to a type and pick the 2 above him. And I do think this bull offers a lot of good. Again, he's athletic and functional in terms of his reach and how he gets out and goes. He's so soft and easy doing as you study this one in terms of body shape and depth of rib. Very deep, twisting back through that stifle. Maybe gives up just a little bit of that condition to them bulls right there above him as you read him up through his front end. But if you want one that's easy doing and make a functional set of daughters, that bull would do it. And like I said, that's a first or third type of bull in this particular class. And to me, I just could not get around that one that goes ahead and wins this division. The bull that rounds out the class, and you can tell if this bull was on his best day in terms of body feel and the way that he's acting, this bull's pretty nice. He probably more resembles the bull that's second in this class in terms of moderation, of shape of muscle and dimension. You know, today it looks like maybe at the first show, he's acting up just a little bit, gives you a little harder look in terms of where he's at in terms of body feel. But if you genuinely read that bull, there's extra muscle. He's very athletic when you ask him to go. Plenty of dimension there. It's probably just a product of him being not as full here today at the show. But very, very good division of bulls in that particular lineup.
Well, here, as I believe we conclude the last of our regularly scheduled programming of our Angus classes, a really great trio of bulls, and I think probably we end on as challenging of anything as we've had to sort today, because all of these cattle are so incredibly good, and there's so many different of those kinds of those basic elements that you could go lots of different ways. And reminds me when Renette posted the judges, Trey Wasserberger texted me because, you know, he was a little nervous about having to judge the pen show, and he says, "Emily, do you have any advice for me?" And I said, "Trey, it's your motto, but just pick the most of the best. Pick what you like, and you can't be wrong. There may be differences of opinion around ringside, but ultimately, if you just pick what you like or what will work for you, that's all you know, and what keeps you honest, and you can go to sleep at night." But these are 3 great bulls. The great thing is they're being offered today, and whatever buyers they go home with will be incredibly content. One that wins for me, I'll be the first to admit there's maybe a question mark on size. Weight per day of age, especially when you have the pay weight of the 2 bulls behind him. Wouldn't argue with you if you don't agree with that and where he stands. What I like about this one is on the go, though. He gets out and goes with lots of flex and ease and mobility. Some may read him as a little plain in the set to his hock. I think that's what allows him to be functional. Reach out and grab some ground. He's really good angled in his shoulder. No doubt the weight per day of age advantage goes to the bulls in second and third. Bull in second, I think, keeps things close just because he's so incredibly stout built on the stand. I love so much about all his real-world meat and potatoes kind of pieces. That's an incredibly big-barreled, big-back, big-hipped kind of an Angus bull that certainly has performance and power in spades. The bull here that's going to end up in third, really nice yearling bull, probably as much performance, as much grow and doability as we've seen all day. maybe just not 100 in terms of his comfort level just today, but no doubt, I think his basic build, he's going to read incredibly productive and practical on down the road, and that's a fun group there of yearling bulls to have the opportunity to sort, and I understand just how much work and effort those big age bulls are to bring to town, and I'm sure they'll garner some pretty high bids just because all three of them are of that quality, but a fun trio there to have the opportunity to sort.
Single entry here on the Hereford side in a December bull, a little over 2 years of age, and he does a lot of nice things. I think if you just study this bull in terms of his muscle, his power, his dimension, his hip and hind leg set, it's really, really genuine and really, really good. I love the condition he's in terms of leanness and ready to turn out looking type of bull, and that's the kind of bull that's right in his size, perfect in his rib design and shape, but yet still has some punch and some dimension to look at just in terms of sheer muscle and sheer power. So very, very useful type of bull that checks a lot of boxes here and wins this division as a single entry.
As they get ready for the champion Polled Hereford Bull Drive here in the South Ring, your results of your yearling bull championship is Morgan Cattle Partners lot number 16. Your yearling bull reserve champion was Sue Molnar Polled Hereford's lot 13. Class 14 results was first to lot number 11, Boot Hill Herefords. That will also be your senior bull champion. Again, they are getting ready now for the champion Polled Hereford Bull. Then to the North Arena. Class 11 results are first to lot 3, Prime Genetics. Second is to lot 1, Schulte Angus Ranch. And third is to Schulte Angus Ranch, lot number 2. The selection underway of your junior champion bull.
Great lineup here of yearling bulls in our Angus ring. All three incredibly good, but different in their own right. Just real quickly, bull that happens to win that younger first class there. Really nice springborn, just incredibly raw and lean in his muscle design, yet still really heavy duty and rugged in his structure. That's the kind, I think, next generation in terms of some cutability on some fed cattle. That one's going to fight some of those flat fats and fours. I think that one's got some really good terminal incentives just for his leanness and his basic build. Calf there that happens to win that second class one that we talked about. There was some variation and some sort. Could add some moderation, tone down some mature frame if you needed that, and also keep you pretty bulletproof in terms of build and structure. And then that bull that I think as we start to look at these has to come into contention that just happened to be second in that older class, pay weight in spades. That one's just chock full of true muscle and red meat. Great lineup of bulls. Today, although they all have tremendous quality, we'll go with the two older ones, but round of applause to all the yearling bull exhibitors.
Well, here to round out the Polled Hereford show, and again, I think it's been an incredible division just in general. Polled Herefords Horned Hereford females and the bull shows, because and we're rounding out the end of these Hereford shows, and I don't think there was definitely a lack of quality or a lack of the right kind to come in the ring all day. And I think there's some justification for every bull that's been consigned and shown in the ring today. And so with that being said, we talked these things pretty extensively in that division, and there's probably a few bulls in my mind that maybe surface up, phenotypically as the kind, and again, not knowing differences or knowing the where they stand from a EPD profile. I prefer it that way, just in terms of being able just to analyze the cattle as they are in relation to their age, in relation to other bulls their age, even though I do value the use, and I do promise you there'd been a couple of them pairs I wished I'd have had those numbers just to help me sort them, because it probably does pay a toll in differences there. So you guys have access to those papers. You have access to see what the difference is in terms of number spread and stuff like that is, and I believe in that system as much as I do phenotype as well. So you guys study them and do what you want to do in terms of what you're looking for and what you need in your outfit. For me, just being one guy evaluating a lot of these cattle that are a little maybe different in their type and kind, or a little different in terms of their feeding program, it makes it probably pretty challenging just to take my own opinion, say that's just for sure the best one, that needs to be the high seller, because there's a lot of useful bulls here in this particular lineup, in this particular ring. There's a few bulls out here that probably surface in my mind. I'll go select you a champion, and then I'll select you a reserve. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause in the Hereford breed and the other ones we've had. They've brought a tremendous set of cattle.
Well, over here in our Angus bull ring, just an elite group of cattle, and that's been the case not only in this breed, but throughout the day as well. Had the opportunity to evaluate lots of good ones. For those that know me, the bulls are always something that are near and dear to my heart, just because they're so critically important to our livelihood and what we do. And we're very fortunate to have some really unique kind of opportunities, being where we're at in the northeast corner of Indiana, selling limousines and Gelfies, and most people can't even pronounce the latter. It's been an uphill battle, but thanks to consignment sales, I said that kind of at the top of the show, is something that really allowed us to start to build our reputation, and lots of good things snowballed from that point. And actually, because we were longtime exhibitors at the Iowa Beef Expo, actually developed our partnership, cooperator partnership with Wolf Cattle in Morris, Minnesota, that have their sale there in Atkinson, Nebraska, and they market about 150,000 head of fed cattle. So this is our business. Bulls are so vitally and critically important to what we do, and just bigger picture of the industry, and talked about the importance of just sales and live cattle evaluation and live cattle marketing. Sometimes it becomes about the junior shows at these events, which is great. That's important. We need a next generation, but we also need to remind them what the start of that is, from not only a cattle seed stock level, but a people as well. In the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic, there is no comparison on every single component, whether it's your FFA day like today or these purebred sales, your educational seminars or your judging contest or anything that they do, to even the pen shows. It's not just about, Brigham talks about checking the box on a lot of things. A lot of shows just check the box to just hurry up and get to the junior show at the end of the week. That's not the case for your Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. And as somebody in the purebred production seed stock business, just want to say thank you to each and every one of the individuals involved, those that brought cattle. It's not easy to get cattle ready for any event and to bring them and live display them. There's lots of easier routes, but there is no replacement for representing your program and representing good cattle with live evaluations and live sales. It's been an honor to have the opportunity to sort and just develop a sale order. We already know our buyers, our customers. They're the smart ones, right? The customer is the one that's truly always right. I just get to have the excitement of talking to them and always just appreciate evaluating and getting to look at cattle anywhere in the world, especially when they're this good as they are at the Cattlemen's Classic. I'll go out and show you champion and reserve, just like our Angus bulls in every other division before. You're going to have a great champion and reserve and an incredibly deep sale order to bid and buy early and often with confidence. So round of applause to these Angus bull exhibitors. I'll go out and select a champion and reserve.
Here's the results of your champion Polled Hereford bull. Coming out of Lot 31, Class 9, Lindgren Ranch. Your reserve champion Polled Hereford bull is Lot 20, Class 11, JC Cattle Company. In the North Ring, the champion Angus bull was exhibited by Nelson Angus as Lot 12X, Class 7. And your reserve champion Angus bull is Prime Genetics, Lot 3, Class 11. We do have one more show yet to happen here on the South Ring. That is going to be the Charlet show. And then coming up after that, they're going to remove this fence in the middle, and it's going to be the Aspiring Young Cattlemans. We've got 12 amazing bred heifers that'll be coming into the ring, and that'll take place after the Charlet show. Give them a few minutes to take the fence down, and they'll be ready to go. But first, it's our Charlet show. In the ring now is Class 1.
This is a really, really nice class of Charolais heifers, and there's some give and take among each and every one of these things when you just settle down and study them and break them down. But there's no question, I really like this one that leads off this class, and just the combination female in terms of body, muscle, dimension, and yet still female-like and elegant in terms of her look, functional and good at the ground when you study her out in the go. But what I think she probably is her biggest advantage is just her combination of look and balance, along with some extra shape and a little extra muscle dimension to go with it. Very, very nice one to start. And then it probably gets a little more challenging because there's three really nice females here that all are built just a little bit different. The one I'm probably more comfortable with just today, just because of her flesh and ability, her shape of body, where she's at just in terms of like fill and body fill and muscle dimension. And then yet she's still athletic when you ask her to go from a functionality standpoint. She's carrying a little more condition than the heifers right there, probably on either side of her, but behind her for sure. But it probably to me just reads more as an efficiency tool and a functionability tool as much as it is her just being a little fatter. So very, very nice cow prospect in second. The one in third probably more closely resembles our class winner in terms of balance and look and levelness of lines. I really love this thing up through the front third of her skeleton. When we study this one, just in terms of her female look and her extra quality, she does that extremely, extremely well. Again, very typey and female-like in terms of her look through the front third of her skeleton. Got a shot more body length. I love the condition she's in today. As we study her, looks like maybe today she's not taking the showing experience as well. Maybe just not as full as the heifers there that are 1-2. But I wouldn't argue if you wanted to roll that one up just a spot because she's so pretty and she's so good in terms of her balance. And the heifer that rounds out the class, again, one that just in terms of body type and in terms of her shape of ribs, really good. Very functional in her build, very functional in her structure. This one's going to make a tremendous cow, and you can study this one and see those pieces in her because she's got enough dimension, she's got enough power. She got stuck in a clash here with some really, really typey ones and a little extra look there in 1 and 3, and it kind of surfaced into a two-pair class, and that's where she lands today. But I still think from a structure standpoint, from a rib shape and design standpoint, from a condition standpoint, that's a tremendous female. Just maybe got overpowered by a couple others in this particular class here today.
Here's the results of Class 1 of the Charolais show for our heifers. First, we'll go to Lot 26, Heim Farm. Second is to Lot 24, J-Bar T. Benish Cattle. Third is to Lot 22, Fancy Creek Charolais. And fourth to Lot 25, J-Bar T. Benish Cattle. In the ring now is Class number 2.
Another very nice class of females, and they're contrasting in their type and kind and where they're at in terms of condition at this point. But the heifer I go ahead and lead the class out with, I don't think you can make them any more powerful or more dimensional or more performance in relation to where she's at from a maturity standpoint than this one. She's just loaded with a lot of the good stuff from a cow standpoint that a guy can eye towards, just the extra dimension, the extra performance, and yet still you study her pieces of balance, and she does balance up rather nicely for as stout and as bold and as dimensional as she is. The heifer in second here, that's going to be second. Again, I appreciate the condition she's in. You study this one. She's like one that's ready to go out and do whatever she's got to do and breed and do the right pieces. When we study her, she's actually a little thinner about her neck. She's a little neater as we study her out through her hip and her tail head. And still, when you study this one in motion, she's sound and good in terms of way she gets out and moves. As you read her to that other one, she's probably a shot more cavernous in her build than the one that wins. And so with that, you can see those pieces. You don't expect her to be as stout. You don't expect her to be as big-bodied. But when you study this one in her own right against some of probably her contemporaries at home, I bet she's got some size, and I bet her pieces and the way she ties together and her extra look do surface her really quickly to the top. So nice pair of heifers there in that particular class.
Here are your results of Class 2 of our heifers. First, we'll go to Lot 19, Heim Farms. Second is to Lot 21, McIntosh Charlet. This is the final class in the ring. This is Class 3 of the heifers. After this, the selection of the champion Charlet female will take place.
The only bred female, it looks like, in the Charlet show, and one that could handle a little more competition. I love the added dimension and shape and power that this one has. She's got a notch more size to her, relevant to her breed, which means I think that one's good enough in terms of her type and kind to raise them on both sides of the fence, whether it be a female or a male. When we study this one, again, so good in terms of her line, so square in terms of the way she's built in terms of dimension and just sheer width. A really, really nice bred heifer that comes into us in this particular lineup. It'll be an interesting grand drive.
Congratulations out of Class 3. First goes to Lot 18, Mark Sullivan. In the ring now, entering is the selection for your champion Charlet female.
Well, the Charolais numbers probably weren't as big or as deep as some of the breeds we've had today, but the quality's been very, very good. And like I said, we just got done talking most of these in terms in their division, and I do think each and every one of them out of these particular divisions has a chance at winning this show just based on where they're at, based on some little things and what you want to do. You know, the heifer that wins that first class, and the thing that kind of draws to you is just her look. And you study this one in terms of length of neck, thinness of neck, where she's at from a maturity standpoint. She's really, really nice. I love her head shape. I love the roundness and shape to her rib as well. And again, one that's just awfully complete and checks a lot of boxes in relation to her age. And she's just awfully sweet and female in her look, but yet still has those intangibles of enough body and enough muscle to go with that extra look to kind of draw your eyes towards her rather quickly. And that heifer that won the second division, again, just a brute of a cow. I think obviously you can't argue the amount of performance and power and dimension that she has when you study that one in terms of just sheer rib shape, sheer body volume, the way she ties her shoulder into her forerib. You know, she's probably not as angular or as pretty up through her front end as the heifers on either side of her, but I do think the pieces she draws to the table is her added mass, her and relative to size, and the added performance she has relative to her age. And that one's awfully complete in my mind, too. And then you get down here to the bred heifer that's further along in production. You can actually study her udder from behind and see that thing's going to have a nice udder when she calves, and it doesn't look like it could be that far out that she'll do it. She's starting to tone up in that udder. And that's one, you know, she's a shot. I wouldn't say she's bigger in her kind because performance-wise, they probably match all three of these in relation to their maturity. Today, she maybe just looks a little bigger because you're looking at a heifer that's a year older than the ones right in front of her. And again, from a production standpoint, that thing's close to calf and does a lot of the right things. And then you study her. You love her front end and the way that she's built up through the front third of her neck and her head. And again, from there back, she's really progressive in terms of her muscle shape and her dimension. You know, she don't have that extra sweep and coolness, a lower body shape as the calves do, and it's because she's so far along, and it's because she's so stout and that much further in terms of productivity. Just her body reads to be very good in her condition. I'd love to have them in that condition like that to calve them as well. So you can't argue that one bit. But three really, really nice heifers out here in this division. Nothing taken against those seconds. There was several even in that first class. There were 3 or 4 of them in that particular class that were very, very nice, and you could have jumbled those bottom 3 any way you wanted to, and I wouldn't argue with you one bit. So, again, it's one man's opinion out here, but obviously there's 3 divisions out here, and it just depends on you guys as buyers where you want to lay your emphasis and whether you want one a little further along in terms of productivity and want to return on your investment a little quicker, or do you want ones that maybe have a little more life left to show if that's your goal on down the road. So, again, 3 very, very nice females. Let's give these Charolais exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion, Charlet female. It comes out of Class 2, Lot 19, Heim Farms. Your reserve champion is Lot 26, Class 1, Heim Farms. Getting ready to move on in the Charlet show, we'll be bringing in the bulls with class number 6.
Here to start the Charlet Bull Show, and a trio of bulls that are all built from a little different mold, but your eyes just kind of fasten to the one that wins the class just because, he checks the boxes with a little more of it. He's got a good look to him in terms of balance and the way that he's built. He's got a little extra performance, a little extra muscle, a little extra dimension when we study him right there and behind his shoulder, and obviously probably done and compared to his contemporaries in this particular weight group or age group, he's just probably done a little bit more in my eyes. Very, very attractive, very, very good in his build, does a lot of nice things. The bull that ends up being second here, and again, one that's very loose and functional in terms of his build. Maybe not the extra performance or the extra pop to his muscle here today, but you can read that he has enough. This bull sets down on a shot more bone. I really like the amount of, at this point, testicular circumference in relation to his condition and in relation to the bull that wins the class. And this is a bull that if you just study out in motion, he holds together, pulls himself together extremely, extremely well. That's going to be low to the ground, moderate, good breeding type of bull that stands there in second. Actually, probably the biggest footed and the biggest boned one happens to be the lightest bull. And I guess I don't have the papers, but if we put him on the scale, he'd be the lightest bull in this class. But he is probably the neatest and truest in terms of his foot shape and design and his bone structure of the three. Obviously, you can tell that he don't have as much performance, probably not as much size as those two right there above him. He's just a little more compact. Again, that's going to be a moderate low to the ground, just kind of a loose, structured, really good built, really good footed, designed one that just gives up some pounds here today. Obviously, he's maybe on a little different feed program than the two bulls that lead out the class, but a trio of bulls that are very, very nice all in their own right.
Congratulations out of Class 6 as we take a look at the first place. Goes to Lot 16, Fancy Creek Charlays. Second will be to Lot 17, that is J-Bar T. Benish Cattle. And third to Lot 15, Dylan Borg.
Again, we do want to remind you, bull sales start tomorrow at noon. So bull sales start here tomorrow at noon. If you are needing to get a bidder's number, Jim Lowe and our sales crew is open in the front concourse. Once you have a bidder's number, it is good the entire time here at the Classic.
A trio of bulls here in this particular class, and to be honest with you, it's a top pair of bulls that there ain't a point spread in between the two in my mind, in terms of, because as much as they are different is as much as they are the same. You can read performance, and you can read that both these bulls are probably at the same level as you study them in terms of muscle and dimension and pop and expressiveness. The bull that I'm going to use and today maybe blends just a little deeper and a little truer in his forerib, right in behind his shoulder, and sets down on just a shot more substance of bone than the bull I end up putting in second. So as much as they are similar and as much as they are alike, I like those pieces of this bull maybe just a skosh better in my mind. Again, the bull in second, as you study this one, he's cooler up through his neck and his head. He ties in just a little neater in behind his shoulder, and I think it's because of that skeletal extra look of skeleton and extra shape up there as you study him in behind his blade versus the one I used to win the class. Again, in terms of muscle and dimension and shape of muscle, he's really, really good in that respect as well. Looks like his testicles hang maybe just a skosh square, even though they're very similar in terms of testicular development. So that's a nice pair of bulls, very, very similar in their build, minute differences. Sort them how you want when you go to bid on those things, because I do think that's a nice pair of bulls on the top end. Young man brings a third bull in, and again, you can see in terms of just functionality, and he's had a couple bulls out here, that in terms of the way they get out and move, the angles to their shoulder, the way he's set back in his knee, both them bulls in terms of structure and build are very, very nice. In this particular class, he just gets outperformed by them other bulls. But I really like his moderateness. I like his functionability when you ask him to get out and go. We just need see a little more of him if we wanted to place him higher in the show. But there is some usefulness to that bull as well.
Here are your results of Class 7 of the Charlet Show. First, we'll go to Lot 14, Benish Cattle Company. Second to Lot 28, Benish Cattle Company. And third to Lot 13, Dylan Borg. Entry will be a single entry in Class 8. After that, the selection of your junior calf champion.
Very nice single entry in the January bull class. And again, you study this one, and on the standstill, that thing puts together a look that's really, really intriguing. He's so neat and masculine about his front end, but yet trim and neat in his chest floor. From there back, you really love his body shape, the extra dimension and squareness atop that he has working down there as you study him. And then you study this one in terms of squareness of hip and the way that he's built out through that tail head. It's very, very intriguing, very bold in terms of his skeleton and his structure down low, and one that definitely, for that amount of look and that amount of balance as you study him on the standstill, that's one that's still very bold in his rib cage, very good and true in terms of his muscularity. A very, very nice single entry with this bull.
Congratulations. In Class 8, it is Lot 12, Double Z Cattle. Coming in now will be the selection for your junior calf champion.
think this division, it offers some challenges because there's some different types and kinds out here when you study these cattle and study the merit and the good that they have in relation to each other. And knowing that these come from different exhibitors, different breeders, it does make it probably even more challenging because there's some differences in terms of condition. There's some differences in terms of mass and bone stoutness. But I'm sure if you'd read them on paper, there'd probably be some differences in that regard as well. The bull that wins that first class, and he hit me pretty hard in that particular class, as just being very well balanced. That bull, in terms of his head shape and the way he's built up through his front third, is very intriguing. He's very good from knee to ground when you study him in terms of his structure. And then from there back, he's got some performance and some size to him. But with that, he's also got the right shape to his rib. He's plenty uniform when you study him in terms of his body design for as stout and as high cut ability and stout muscled as that bull is. Where I really like this bull in this particular lineup is when we do ask him to go, that thing's very, very secure in the way that he sets his foot down at the ground, and in one that for not as much mass or a substance of bone as either of the two bulls in behind him, he probably does carry for as much mass as he has up high. He probably carries himself down low as good as any of them in the drive. There was a pair of them in that second class, and again, and I wouldn't have argued if you'd have switched them either way. And looking at them out here again, it still is pretty dang close. And we studied this bull, and he's probably don't have as much sheer performance or as much bloom today at the show. You can see obviously that this is probably their first show. So getting these cattle to fill up when they're hundreds of miles probably from home, or even if it's just 10 miles, the change in scenery, putting them on concrete, I wouldn't say it's any worse than the concrete we have outside. But again, you put him in this situation. He's not as full today as the bulls on either side of him. But if you study that bull in his own right, he's laid back perfect in the angle to his shoulder. He's very good and functional in terms of his structure. I love the way he ties his pieces together here today. When you study this one, just a very complete one in a class that had a very, very neat pair of bulls there that wouldn't have argued if you'd have gone either way. And the bull on the standstill, that's very, very impressive. And he's out there in terms of his look and offers a lot to the table. He's so rugged in terms of his bone work and his design. He's advanced in terms of his maturity, which he's got a couple of months' age or a month's age versus, the next youngest bull in this particular lineup, and a couple to the class ahead of him. I really like the way that his body shape rolls into him. Very, very intriguing in terms of his muscle shape and the way that he connects his pieces from the top of his pole all the way out through his hip. Very, very balanced and square in that hip and hind leg set when you study that one as well. And then you get down at the ground. That is a rugged skeleton, rugged boned one that does some intriguing things just in terms of bone density and the way that he's built in that regard. So to me, it probably lands between these three, and there's some give and take with them. There's one that's maybe a little more intriguing to study on the standstill. There's one that maybe I like a little better when you ask him to go and get him out in motion. But like I said, we're fighting some pretty severe stuff outside here every day to where, when you bring these cattle off of a surface that's frozen and hard and bring them back to another surface that's frozen and hard, you can't expect them, and especially Charolais bulls at this stage in the development, they go through ups and downs. So very, very intrigued with this set of bulls. Very, very neat set. To each is their own. I'll go out there and select your champion, and then I'll select your reserve. They may not be the same in terms of their type and kind, but they're very, very good and very, very high quality in their own right as well. So let's give this division a round of applause.
Here is the results of your junior calf champion bull. It will be lot 16 out of class 6, Fancy Creek Charolais. The reserve junior champion comes out of lot 12, Double Z Cattle. Set to enter the ring now will be Class 9 of your Charleys.
Very, very nice single entry, and one just in terms of look and quality that does a lot of nice things. He's so trim and neat in terms of his condition, but yet you study this one. He's got some extra length of body. He's very good at the ground in terms of length of stride and the way that he gets out and reaches off of that hind wheel. You can tell just by the the color of his manure that bull's not been pushed hard and don't have a high corn ration because he's awfully green as you study that one. So I really appreciate the condition and the working shape type of bull that you brought him in, and you can tell he's not been pushed real hard with corn just by his manure. So very, very good, typey, structured up one that has a little extra look and a little extra length to go with it.
The results of Class 9 went to Lot 11, LaFraise Farms. In the ring now is Class 10. After this class, we'll make the selection of our senior calf champion.
This is really a nice pair of bulls, and there's a lot of give and take in these two because there's some pieces of each of these bulls I'd just like to rotate amongst each other, and I think I'd have one at this age that's maybe more of my ideal, I guess, personally, because I could find one right in the middle of both these bulls and be very satisfied if there was one. But there's no doubt when you study these things, just in terms of sheer performance, the added body depth and flank that this bull has, definitely is what draws me to him a little quicker. He definitely sets up and looks a little squarer and neater in his body shape. Again, he's the massive, extremely high-quality, muscle-shaped bull that's still very useful and functional when you ask him to go. One with a little extra size and a little extra length of body. That one's for sure to inject some growth and inject some performance without sacrificing too much in terms of look and eye appeal, because that bull's got some extra extension and extra length as you study him up through his front end. I'll be honest with you, and I don't want to say this, and I think if this bull would have maybe just 100 more pounds on him in terms of body design, I'd maybe switch this pair. He's more useful in my eyes in terms of his size. I like his size. Actually, when I study this one's front end and the front end of his skeleton, I love his head shape, his boldness of jaw, and the way he carries that head when you ask him to go. He is just a little more, I don't want to say the word masculine, but a little neater in the way that his head connects there into his shoulder. He's also maybe a shot bigger as we study him at the ground in terms of circumference of bone and dimension, but today he just gives up a little extra muscle, gives up a little extra body shape, but I do think that pair is awfully close, because if you could put the head in the moderation on that other bull, there's a lot of things to like. Again, a very useful, functional, good structured one that was second in that class too.
Your results of Class 10. First will go to lot number 7, McIntosh Charlet. Second is to lot 9, LaFraise Farms. In the ring now will be your selection of your senior calf champion bull.
Again, in this division, not as many numbers, but some differences, and obviously a few months difference or months difference in age between this first class and the second class. And we talked that one in that particular class, and that bull's got a little extra look, I like the condition. He's ready to turn out. He's not as massive or as bold as the two other bulls that you find in behind him, but when you study his structure and his functionality at the ground, and yet testicular development in relation to his conditions, really, really good. Just not quite as burly as the ones that came out of this next class. And again, we talked to these two bulls just here a second ago, and there is a lot of give and take in those bulls, and I don't think I'd switch that pair today in the ring, but it'd be interesting to know, their background and some things, because there's a lot of good in both of these bulls. There's just a lot more, too, in terms of body shape and added performance and added size of the one that won that class that he needed to win that class, in my mind, and that's what surfaced him rather quickly. So nice pair of bulls here in for first, but I'm going to use the two bulls out of that second class to be your champion in reserve in this division.
And congratulations, your senior calf champion bull comes out of Class 10. It is lot number 7, McIntosh Charlet. Your reserve senior calf champion bull comes out of Class 10 as well, lot number 9, LaFraise Farms. Entering the ring now will be Class 12.
a very, very rugged pair of bulls that come in next, and I think there is some give and take in these two, but man, the bone structure and the feet and legs on this bull are incredible, just in terms of foot size, squareness of toe, the way that they're built in terms of density of bone. He's very, very intriguing. You study him from there that up, and that thing's bold and stout in terms of his chest floor width, got plenty of dimension. Maybe don't hook up quite as neatly right there and behind his shoulder as the one that stands in second, but you can't argue the amount of foot and bone and just sheer substance of skeleton that this bull has, and yet you ask him to go, he actually looks better out in motion because he pulls himself together and looks like a breeding bull, one that's ready to turn out. The bull, or the darker tinged or darker pigmented bull that comes in second, again, like I said, he's maybe just a little shapier in behind his shoulder, and on the standstill, he definitely holds his top line in him just a little bit squarer as we study him. Again, one that's still good at the ground, still good and stout in terms of his foot size. He gives up a little extra bone and a little extra pounds to the other one in this particular class, but that's a nice rugged pair of bulls that have some minute differences in them that a guy could definitely see would make one more valuable than the other, or vice versa.
Your results of Class 12. First, we'll go to lot number 4, Bullard Cattle Company. That will also be your intermediate champion bull. And your second place is lot number 3, Bullard Cattle Company, also your reserve intermediate champion bull. Entering the ring now, a single entry in Class 13.
Really nice single entry here that comes in, and again, one that just in terms of moderation and one that's very compact in his build, and one that could downsize a set of Charolais cows rather quickly just in terms of his moderation of build. But you study him in terms of muscle shape, and you study this one in terms of base width and bone size. He's very, very intriguing in that respect as well. Maybe not as burly as a couple of those we've seen that just came out of that last division, but there's a couple months age difference, and there's some pieces about this bull I like just as well as those, and that is that moderation, and that is that size that he has. But again, you study this one's head shape, you study the way that he's built, that one will put some good skeletons and some good rugged design females and or bulls on both ends of the fence, but very, very nice single entry.
Congratulations in Class 13, lot number 2, Bullard Cattle Company. Our final class is Class 14. This is a single entry. After that, the selection of your junior champion and reserve junior champion bull.
A really nice single entry bull comes in into the lineup here in this particular class, and I don't think you could put any more muscle or any more power into one like this one has. You study this one just in terms of his back shape, the way he's built in his jump muscle and his hip. That's an athlete that has a lot of muscle, and you could. Some guys maybe say how much is too much, and in my mind, I would say if this bull wasn't this athletic, and it affected the way that he moved, it would be too much. But this bull is athletic. He gets out and goes and reaches and paws at the ground and reaches for more ground as he's going. So this bull's awfully intriguing, the amount of mass and the amount of dimension he puts together, but yet you still ask him to go. He's good at the ground and he covers his stride. So that one, just in terms of sheer product and muscle and power, ties together a lot of neat things. You could pick on him ever so slightly and say, man, I'd like him to be just a little smoother or squarer in his pin set or something like that, but it reads with his muscle. He's so good in his neck and his head and the way he's built up through his chest floor that, again, that just kind of complements the extra power, the extra dimension that he does have.
Congratulations, Class 14. First goes to Lot 1X, Bullard Cattle Company. Now the selection comes in for our junior champion bull.
Very powerful set of bulls, both single entries, and 3 months age spread or 2.5 months age spread on these particular bulls, and but at the same time, and you can see the difference in performance, the difference in mass and masculinity, and I think as much as they are different, you study their general type. Them are stout, heavy muscled, big structured bulls that are loose at the ground. To me, there's one that maybe squares up just a little bit neater on his front end and definitely just has more to him, and the pieces that he combines are pretty intriguing. But that bull out of this second class will be the champion in this division. The bull that wins that first class in this division will be a reserve.
Congratulations, our junior champion bull comes out of Class 14, 1X, Bullard Cattle Company. Your reserve junior champion bull is lot number 2, Class 13, Bullard Cattle Company. Now will be the selection of our champion Charlet bull.
Well, to conclude the day here with the Charolais Bulls, and honestly, it's probably comes down to was some of the hardest decisions to make in my mind when it boils down to it, because they're pretty versatile. Every one of the bulls we've seen today. Obviously, we know what that breed does and what they add to the puzzle when it comes from a crossbreeding sense or a terminal sense. But again, you study these Charolais females that obviously that showed earlier today. 3 really, really nice division winners, and them Charolais have been pretty competitive in the Supreme lineups all over the country here in the last 4 or 5 years, as much as any breed. And like I said, it's a breed that, and I would say this about every breed that I've seen is here today, is when you study it at the next level and you go to some other venues, it's amazing how good people are at getting cattle ready and doing all the things that you need to do. This is probably a little more challenging for me because there are so many different types and kinds. And again, I'm one of those guys that just like good cattle. You know, like good big ones. I like good small ones. And when the day ends and the dust settles, it's always the most complete one that I deem as my favorite, you know what I mean? And I know when in a show setting, it is just a little bit different than a bull sale in show setting. Then it is even different from a commercial standpoint in guys that are out just purchasing bulls to use on their cows. So again, I wasn't able to see any of the numbers on these guys here today, and that doesn't bother me absolutely one bit, because I do always try to pick phenotype first and make close pairs. The difference in terms of how they read, and that's the only thing that makes it would make it even a little more enticing. But you know, when it boils down to is just where you want to set your priorities. No matter what I did all day in any of these shows, whether it be the females or the bulls or in their particular breeds as well, again, what I decided was what I like the best may not be what fits your guys' operation, fits your part of the world as well as it does probably mine. Again, my family resides in north central Kansas, and you may think it's probably wheat ground or farm ground, but we're on the edge of the Flint Hills, on the edge of the Smoky Hills, so we still have some rocks and some limestone, and our cattle have to work and do all the right things at the ground first and foremost. But you can't sacrifice, look, you can't sacrifice performance whatsoever at all. So in my evaluation of these cattle all day is, again, emphasizing in areas of importance such as that. And again, there's been 5 or 6 or 7 of these different bulls that check those boxes in terms of balance and check those boxes in terms of structure in every breed today. It's just little minute differences that sort them. So I guess tomorrow we'll tell what everybody else likes. But for me today, it probably lands down to a few bulls, and maybe the one that surfaces in my mind is one that probably does it pretty easily. It gets a little closer for me probably for reserve, because as much as those bulls are that are different for reserve is as much as they are the same. So very, very pleased with the set of cattle that you breeders and exhibitors have brought to me. Best of luck to you guys in the sales tomorrow, and best of luck to the new customers that come to this event and help support this event, in knowing that there's good cattle here, and that they emphasize where they want to buy their bulls based off of where quality is. And there's no doubt that this event and this place here is very, very one of the top-notch ran places in the country. So let's give everybody that puts this, and the sponsors and the venues and everybody that's here supporting this in a time when it's awfully cold and probably record cold temperatures. I know you guys are probably used to it more than I am back home, but we're seeing it too. But again, thank you guys for exhibiting and braving the storm and leaving some things behind to bring a nice set of cattle to me all day, all breeds. So with that being said, I'll go out here and select your champion in your reserve.
Congratulations. Our champion Charlet bull comes out of Class 6, Lot 16, Fancy Creek Charlets. Our reserve champion Charlet bull comes out of Class 8, that is Lot 12, Double Z Cattle. Stick around, folks. We're going to see this center taken down. You're going to see some amazing young showmen, some amazing cattle that are going to be coming into the arena shortly. It's the aspiring young cattlemen of the Nebraska Cattlemen Classic. We've got 12 beautiful bred heifers that are going to be coming in to be shown by the youth. And I know that Ronette will be sharing more about the program, so we'll let her take that over as we get closer to bringing them into the show ring.